Thank you, everybody, for attending tonight's Raleigh City Council meeting. We have 40 people signed up to speak tonight during public comment. Before we begin, I want to just set the ground rules. Everybody has 2 minutes to speak. Please do not go over your time. And with 40 people, if you don't have to take all 2 minutes, that would be okay too. Part of what we also ask is please be respectful and please be kind toward each other and us and our staff. The third thing, I wanted to let everybody know who has signed up to speak on one particular issue, that Councilor Branch today at our meeting asked that the issue of an African American Affairs Board be sent to the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee. That committee has a full agenda in April, so probably would be slated for discussion in May, just so you can plan accordingly. And then Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has asked that the urban agriculture and food policy issue that some of you have signed up to speak on tonight be sent to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee for further discussion and study. I just want to get a temperature check from the council. Is everybody okay with sending urban agriculture to GNR? Thumbs up? Okay, thank you. All right, we will begin with our first speaker tonight, Aaron White.
Hello, my name is Aaron White. I live at 213 Plainview Avenue. I run Community Food Lab, a food systems planning and design firm, and I'm a member of the Capital Area Food Network. They're critical parts of a functioning city and a pathway towards an equitable, just city, but only if we take advantage of our role in addressing them as urban issues. For reasons that will be mentioned by others tonight, urban agriculture is the right place to start for food policy change. But then Raleigh must think to the whole food system. The time is now. Reeling from this pandemic and its food disruptions, facing significant climate threat, and reckoning with deep racial injustice, for Raleigh to establish an ambitious, innovative, and community-grounded food policy. Food planner Carolyn Steele wrote, "Feeding cities arguably has a greater social and physical impact on our lives and planet than anything else we do. Raleigh's impact and opportunity are huge. We eat 1.4 million meals per day here. Each meal sits at the tip of a complex food system with farmers, distributors, processors, retailers, etc., hidden behind it. Each step our food takes in this system generates dollars and relationships. But right now, virtually none of those dollars, relationships, or their community contributions stay here in Raleigh. The benefits of what we eat are felt almost entirely elsewhere. But a smart city food policy could capture those opportunities while improving health, equity, and climate resilience. I am requesting tonight that City Council formally acknowledge the encouragement of urban agriculture and equitable food policy as a priority for the City of Raleigh. That Raleigh begin a community-engaged planning process with urban agriculture as the starting point towards creation of a comprehensive Raleigh food policy. And finally, that Raleigh adjust the UDO to remove further barriers for starting and expanding community gardens and urban farms. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Young.
Hello, good evening. My name is Stephen Young. I live in the Sky House building in downtown Raleigh. And first, I wanted to start by saying real briefly that people only come to you when there's a complaint to be had, and no one ever would go out of their way to compliment and say good work was done. The issue I'm experiencing here at this location, which is right across from the bus station, is that every Saturday, for about 6 hours, I see some nodding. I understand what's going on, and I've done all the research and digging into the situation as I can. And from what I understand is that there are some hands tied in issuing permits to the Black Zionists who keep meeting to shout on bullhorns, and then there's no real need to keep renewing the permit. So at this point, I implore the council, you guys did a good job earlier in the year not having the city of Raleigh in the same sentence with Portland or New York during rioting, during extreme prolonged demonstrations. That's mostly been forgotten about. And I do want to thank you for that. But now at this stage, 7 months into this, it seems to be that the downtown section of Raleigh is the place to go on the Saturdays to hear anti-Jewish rhetoric, to hear bordering on QAnon conspiracy, child predation in the government speech. There's pick your flavor. I mean, whichever thing you don't want to hear, it's being said. And I believe that the situation is disingenuous. I believe that it is entirely designed to stir up the situation and do nothing other than that. And I don't know what can be done. I intend to move in about 2 months for a multitude of reasons, least of all being this, but it certainly doesn't help. So I don't know what can be done about it. I just wish that.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
your time is up.
I apologize.
No, I'm going to tell you, we are looking at this issue and understand it's very complex. There's First Amendment rights, policy issues. Our city attorney's office is looking at this now, and we will, they will be bringing something forward to us for consideration. So but we do understand the issue and we hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. Next, we have Anya Gordon.
Hello, my name is
Anya.
Ready? My name is Anya Gordon, and I'm representing the Well-Fed Community Garden at 1321 Athens Drive, which my husband Arthur and I own in an LLC with several other Raleigh residents. I'm a founder and board member of CAFN, the Capital Area Food Network, a board member of the Center for Environmental Food Systems, and a past member and chair of the city's Environmental Advisory Board. We believe supporting urban agriculture would be a meaningful way to address many of the goals already set forth by the city. In the 2030 strategic plan under safe, vibrant, and healthy communities, growth in natural resources, arts and cultural resources, with the sections listed in our written submission. In the comprehensive plan under healthy food systems education policy, farmers markets and local food systems, and health and human services. Also in the Wake County Food Security Plan, in the Community Climate Action Plan, Building Equity and Community Resilience, and also in the 2018 recommendations of the city's Environmental Advisory Board to the previous council. Despite all of these policy directives, the truth on the ground is that finding acceptance from the city for the basic needs of a successful community garden or urban farm venture is onerous, costly, time-consuming, and overall unsupportive. The city's UDOs have created barriers to urban agriculture. We are requesting that the City Council formally acknowledge urban agriculture as a priority, begin a public planning process focused on urban agriculture to create a comprehensive Raleigh food policy, and firstly, adjust Raleigh's UDO to remove barriers for community gardens and urban farms. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, this issue is going to be sent to the Growth and Natural Resources Committee for further discussion and study. Next, we have Christina Jones.
Good evening, 8005 Finland Drive. Thank you to Mayor Baldwin for inviting me to watch Mickey Fern's final recommendation. And thank you to Mickey Fern for the time, conversation, and hard work you displayed in putting this together. I also want to give a shout out to Patrick Buffkin for attending Midtown CAC's March meeting. Your presence was appreciated. I would like to give you my thoughts about the future of citizen engagement. I feel that I am uniquely qualified to explain how CAC's worked in order to guide how we begin to tackle a new form of engagement. Thankfully, I am part of Mickey's task force, and I'm eager to get started and bring ideas to the table. I have faith in this group's ability to advise, but how will this new group result in a different outcome than the CACs? We can put all of the pieces in place for your review, but what does success look like to you? CACs were a casualty of lack of follow through, and that stemmed directly from council. I myself stood in front of you and asked how we come together to make it better, but you ignored me. I, for one, am unclear as to what council is looking for. What specifically are you wanting to come out of this task force? What did you appreciate about CACs and what changes needed to be made? Conversation is a two-way street. I understand that you wanted change, but we are 13 months in and I am no closer to understanding the structure you want to create. I give you the opportunity to engage with me every 2 weeks. I joined a board in an effort to understand your vision for the city. I've listened and followed your lead in regards to Mickey Fern's presentation, and now I need you to answer my questions and engage with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and I was glad to hear that you were part of Mickey's task force. You'll be part of helping us figure this out. Next, we have Lynette Aytich, A-Y-T-C-H.
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi.
I am a Black resident. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am a Black resident of Southeast Raleigh since 2002. This was the only place I wanted to live when I moved to Raleigh. A strong, resilient community with a rich history. Southeast Raleigh is where my kids went to school, went to church, and we felt a deep connection to our neighbors. Even against odds, we worked hard to provide a good life for our families. For years, there was no meaningful investment in Southeast Raleigh, which amounts to disinvestment, resulting in a wide range of economic and opportunity disparities. And now our community finds itself in the throes of massive gentrification, resulting in huge economic disparities between white residents who are recently migrated to this community and displacement of many Black residents who have lived here for generations. Although my faith in the council has been sorely tested, given the failure to honor the Planning Commission's recommendation, I do believe it's possible to achieve an equitable racial and economic outcome for residents of Southeast Raleigh, starting now. Create equitable property tax policies that help historic homeowners in Southeast Raleigh keep their mortgages affordable and protected from exploding property tax increases. Create funding and technical assistance to middle and low-income homeowners to repair and rehabilitate their homes. Make significant investments in Black-owned businesses and Black-owned home ownership to ensure more equitable economic growth and prosperity. Make significant investments in upgrading and expanding affordable public housing in Southeast Raleigh and across the city. And most importantly, deny the tax increment grant requested by Kane Realty. Use those tax dollars for the next 15 to 30 years to make Raleigh a shining example of equity, diversity, and inclusion for the next generation of all of Raleigh's citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Next we have, I just want to address one thing. We do have a funding repair program it's been in existence for a number of years now. So if you know somebody who needs that assistance, please contact our Housing and Neighborhoods group. Next, we have Marshall Dietrich.
Hello, my name is Marshall Dietrich. I'm the Community Garden Manager with Interfaith Food Shuttle. We maintain a community garden located at 315 Camden Street in downtown Raleigh. The garden features 23 community garden boxes, a food forest, and an education garden that grows produce for the community at large. Please feel free to visit us at Camden Street Learning Garden if you are interested. Urban agriculture is beneficial to communities by providing educational opportunities to develop new skills and build knowledge about the practice of growing food. When people participate in the growing process and experience the effort involved in growing a crop from seed to harvest, they are connected back to the land. This connection is deep and helps people understand the time and labor it takes to grow the food they consume. Urban agriculture provides nutritious herbs, fruits, and vegetables at a fraction of the cost of purchased produce. There is certainly a lot more work involved in achieving the end result, but that is another added benefit of urban agriculture. It encourages folks to get outside and move their bodies. One of our community gardeners is in her 70s. She noticed after spending some time gardening, she felt better, her balance improved while moving around, and she had more energy overall. Urban agriculture produces food that is locally grown and nutritious. Locally grown food is fresher because of the shorter distance traveled from where the food is grown to where it is consumed. This helps improve the quality of the food and decreases the chance of contamination from bacteria and viruses. There is an excitement in harvesting food that you have cared for throughout the entire growing process. The rewarding experience of sharing and enjoying food you have grown in a delicious meal is second to none. Supporting urban agriculture provides an opportunity for food security through gardening education and healthy, nutritious food. I'm requesting that the City Council take meaningful, impactful steps forward to formally acknowledge that urban agriculture and equitable food policy is a priority, begin a community-engaged planning process with urban agriculture as the starting point towards creation of a comprehensive Raleigh food policy, and adjust Raleigh's UDO to remove barriers for community gardens and urban farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jamie Ostrout.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Ostrout, and I'm the board co-chair of Raleigh City Farm located at 800 North Blunt Street. In 2011, we began the transformation of our vacant 1-acre site into a beautiful neighborhood amenity. Our current mission is to connect and nourish our community through sustainable agriculture. And since April 2020, we've donated over 1,500 pounds of healthy produce to our nonprofit partners addressing food insecurity and access. I'm honored to be included in this coalition of members of the urban agriculture community who are speaking this evening. We believe supporting urban agriculture is beneficial to our local economy, so I'll be making the case for the economic benefits as follows. 1, local food supports the local economy. The money that is spent with local farmers and growers all stays close to home and is reinvested with businesses and services in the same community. Agriculture close to urban centers supplies farmers markets and CSAs, adds jobs and economic benefit to communities. 2, supporting urban agriculture in the local food system means supporting small business development, including job creation and training for youth and adults, business incubation, community development, agriculture and health education, democratic process, sustainable planning, and more. 3, urban agriculture ensures reliable food access. Local food supply chains are critical. This has been revealed by the pandemic and the heightened disparities in our community and increase in food insecure populations. Depending on Florida and California for food leaves communities vulnerable. Climate changes like droughts, fires, transportation disruptions, grid breakdowns, and foodborne pathogens can be avoided if we become more reliant on the food we grow closer to home. 4, finally, urban agriculture can create employment and skill building opportunities directly in low resource communities, generate income for participants, and provide a local food source for the community. We are requesting that City Council take meaningful, impactful steps forward to formally acknowledge urban agriculture and equitable food policy as a priority, begin a community-engaged planning process with urban agriculture as a starting point towards creation of a comprehensive Raleigh food policy, adjust Raleigh's UDO to remove barriers for community gardens.
Jamie, your time is up. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Next, we have Octavia Rainey. Miss Rainey?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Octavia, and I live at 1516 East Lane Street. I'm speaking out tonight on the Fair Housing Act. The Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968, but the city did not pass their ordinance or the act until January of 1969, and they passed it with reluctancy. I am concerned that although you celebrate Fair Housing Month, the city of Raleigh do not enforce the Fair Housing Act, nor do the board have subpoena power. It is in your ordinance that the Fair Housing Hearing Board has subpoena power. I'm a former chair of the Fair Housing Hearing Board, and I served as chair for 10 years. I think it is a shame, it is a disgrace that in the city of Raleigh, we do not enforce the Fair Housing Act. The board do not have subpoena power. They do not protect against domestic strife. They do not protect against civil unrest. They do not enforce the analysis of impediment, much less the federal citizen participation plan. I'm very concerned that in the city of Raleigh, we are moving the blacks out of their neighborhoods and making the black neighborhoods look white. I have never seen it where the houses are built like plantation, gone with the wind. It is truly a deliberated fact that even if you look at East College Park, the lollipop houses, the plantation-style homes, there is nothing about the characteristics of the black neighborhood, nor is there anything in downtown. It is a shame that we do not.
Ms. Rainey, your time is up. Thank you for being here today. Next, we have Tammy Purdue.
Hey.
Tammy, before you begin,
Sure.
City Manager, do we have an update on fair housing? Is there an update for us coming forward?
There should be one prepared in a couple of weeks. Staff is working on some possible opportunities in which we can be more intentional about how we work with the board and what role the board plays.
Okay, thank you. I knew that was in the works, so thank you. We'll be hearing more about that. Next, we have Tammy Purdue.
Hi, my name is Tammy Purdue. I'm representing Sweet Peas Urban Gardens at 1321 Athens Drive in Raleigh. I am the beneficiary of the city's new and improved produce stand ordinance, and I am here to talk with my local urban ag community about the arguments for the benefits of urban agriculture. Number one, food grown and consumed locally saves energy. Transporting food long distances uses tremendous energy. Michael Pollan reports that it takes 10 fossil fuel calories to produce 1 calorie of food in the U.S. Urban agriculture utilizes vacant or idle land, offering a unique opportunity to utilize that land and rooftops throughout cities for the production of healthy, pesticide-free food while sequestering carbon. Urban agriculture reduces carbon emissions. With over 80% of the American population living in metropolitan cities, the globalization of food has dramatically increased the amount of carbon emissions in our meals. Food-related emissions in the U.S. currently accounts for 21% of total emissions. Urban agriculture adds green spaces to urban areas, which moderates the heat and cold of urban environments, helps address air and water quality issues, and can slow erosion and improves the ecological biodiversity and sustainability in cities. Urban agriculture positively affects the stormwater that falls in cities, both in volume and quality, by creating more productive green space. Urban agriculture promotes biodiversity. Local farmers grow thousands of varieties of fruits and vegetables. In contrast, industrial agribusiness cultivates high-yield hybrids bred for fast maturation and thick skins to withstand mechanical harvest and long transport. Because of these and numerous other positive impacts on the environment, our group of urban ag proponents strongly believe that Raleigh would benefit from the environmental gains of farming inside the city. We are requesting that City Council formally acknowledge urban agriculture and equitable food policy as a priority, begin a community engaged planning process with urban agriculture.
Your 2 minutes are up. Thank you for being with us tonight. Next is Lisa Huguet.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Hewitt and I live at 712 Hinsdale Street. I'll be speaking on 2 topics tonight, citizen engagement and TIGs. I've listened to Mr. Fern's presentation, read his reports, and listened to council member comments. I was disappointed that the final report didn't include any specific actions or timelines. It's heavy on philosophy and stuck in analysis paralysis, but I think I know why. 2 reasons. The first is lack of agreement on what the problem is that we're trying to solve. I'm sure every person that Mr. Ferns interviewed had a different idea. I'd recommend that you agree on a specific, measurable problem statement before you start embarking on implementing recommendations. Number 2, the project lacks a champion. Organizational change at its core requires a champion. Their role is to provide direction, accountability, and decision-making. Mr. Ferns has requested this repeatedly, but the mayor, the council members, and the city manager all seem to be looking at each other for an answer. You owe it to this massive effort to put someone in charge. While the strategies are getting fine-tuned, I would encourage you to reinstate the CACs. Your constituents have been waiting more than a year, and it would show a good faith effort on your part that you do value their involvement. I'd also like to make a comment on TIGs. I don't see any way around the fact that the majority of this council will approve the use of TIGs. What I implore you to do is maybe pilot this concept with a smaller project with a developer who has the proven track record to deliver on a specific community benefit. It is fiscally irresponsible to provide straight out of the gate $450 million over 30 years to a developer that has no experience in delivering benefits like affordable housing and workforce development. The city of Raleigh is going to continue to grow rapidly. That means more infrastructure and more government services. Please don't increase my property taxes while you're giving millions of dollars away to a developer whose experience includes building high-density market rate housing. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Dwight Spencer. Oh, may I mention this, Dwight, before you begin, there is a website going up and we're creating a page on what a TIG is. And you may be very surprised to learn what that policy will probably look like. So I would refer you to that for more data and facts. So thank you. Dwight, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please jump in.
Good evening to everybody, to all of you, Mayor, and the other council members. My name is Dwight Spencer, and I am the Executive Director of North Carolina Transit Workers Association, located 1053 Whitaker Mill Road. We are the new voice for transit workers across the state of North Carolina, and we are a transit education association and not a union. I first of all want to say, Mayor and council members, we left our first official full-page report to each one of you down at the council's office on today. I ask that you please study that report on the present transit company that serve our massive transit system here. So please read that report and read the heart-touching letters from the bus operators as well. And so we do hope you share that. But our main objective is to hear the issues and concerns of the bus operators and transit workers here in the city of Raleigh and across the state. And our other objective is to partnership and build a relationship with city transit and towns across the state to help promote the transit system and to make it better for the citizens who utilize transit system, as well as the bus operators and transit workers on all levels. So we are very excited about our association. We do have a 9-member board of directors. We do have state officers and a treasurer. I am a full-time person with this association, and we have one other full-time partner, association member as well as coordinator. But I do want to say thank you to the mayor, Mary Ann Baldwin, and for supporting the transit. I also want to say thank you to Councilman Corbin Branch. He has really been a soldier in supporting the bus operators and transit workers and this association. We are the advocate for the city of Raleigh Transit, and we look forward to working with our transit. But I will, and also Attorney Stormy Fort, Councilperson Attorney Stormy Fort. Thank you all for your support. But I must say in closing that we must look at our present transit company now that manage the city of Raleigh Transit. It is time for a change, and we ask that you study our report. Yes.
I'm sorry, your time's up, and we do look forward to working with you, so thank you.
Thank y'all.
Next, we have Monique Bethel.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Monique Bethel. I'm a public health professional and represent the Capital Area Food Network as a member of the board and a co-chair of the Race Equity Committee. CAFN is located at 1924 Capitol Boulevard, Raleigh, and serves residents of the city of Raleigh and across Wake County. This week, public health professionals gathered together to celebrate the theme of the 2021 National Public Health Week, Building Bridges to Better Health. Access to healthy, nutritious food is essential for every aspect of our development and is central to maintaining a thriving and healthy community. Similarly, a healthy food system becomes a strong bridge to better health for the citizens of Raleigh and surrounding areas. In fact, Policies that prioritize access to healthy food is even more important for improving the health outcomes of marginalized and disadvantaged racial ethnic populations. I join my fellow colleagues who are supporting urban agriculture and to help to build an equitable, resilient food system that's rooted in principles and supports food justice and racial equity in urban communities. If we do, in fact, want to build bridges to better health, then supporting urban agriculture needs to be a top priority. And we need to change the narrative around urban agriculture. Achieving racial equity in the food system means advocating for good food policies that are culturally appropriate, rooted in economic vitality, and protects environmental sustainability. Therefore, it is equally important that public health professionals such as myself and food councils such as the capital area are involved in these discussions about the potential health impact of food and agricultural policies in urban planning. It is also important that governments work together with communities to champion the right for people to have convenient access to locally fresh and healthy food. So making the healthy choice is the easy choice. I would also like to say, extend a measure of congratulations to thanks for Corey Branch, who supports
your time is up. Please, everybody who's waiting to speak, I hate to interrupt you. Please pay attention to the 2-minute alert that is on our website when you're talking. We have 40 people who've signed up to speak tonight. We want to make sure we hear everybody. So thank you. Next, we have Leon Cook.
Leon Cook, 1500 Whittington Drive. First, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Lynette, the prior speaker, in regards to her comments regarding Southeast Raleigh. I hope that you acknowledge it. City-initiated demolition of affordable housing stock is expanding as the mayor and city council acknowledge a shortage of housing for very low income and extremely low income residents. Yet they continue to allow for the demolition of existing stock or permit developers to tear them down and replace with 4-story market rate apartments, none of which are for people who are replaced. Therefore, there should be a moratorium on the demolition of city-controlled, naturally occurring affordable housing stock until a potentially better solution can be determined, such as rehabilitation versus demolition and gentrification. Why is the city opening wide market rate housing for potential residents coming into the area versus shoring up the housing for long-term existing residents? Not coincidentally, these that tear down are mostly in historically African-American neighborhoods. It is ironic that when Raleigh was being developed, it relegated African-American residents to the commercial, flood-prone parts of the city, and now they want to gentrify them along with stormwater infrastructure. Case 1, 319 Carver Street. From the outside, this is apparently a habitable home, so why demolish it? So a developer can put up 2 or more homes in that site? Case 2, 702 Bragg Street. The homeowner has requested homeowner assistance for years. What has she gotten? Notices that the home is not up to code and is saddled with daily fines for non-compliance. I would suggest that the staff in housing and neighborhoods look into that case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Steph Mendel.
Steph Mendel, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. This council claims to be supportive of citizen engagement, and yet tonight each speaker has been cut down from 3 minutes to 2 because so many of us have signed up. Perhaps the reason so many of us sign up is because this council's majority eliminated one of the main avenues for engaging with council when it withdrew city support from the CACs more than a year ago. You said it was because the CACs weren't diverse enough. Facts don't bear that out. Data gathered about 3 years ago showed that at that time, 9 CACs had black chairs while 10 had white chairs. You can see the photographic evidence for yourself on Livable Raleigh's latest blog post. Now that city support for CACs has been withdrawn, the majority of the CACs in Southeast Raleigh are no longer operating. Ironic, as those were the very voices you purportedly wanted to hear from. Many people have asked me for advice on how best to engage with you. I haven't been able to offer much. I suggest they speak to council, but most of you pay no attention when people are speaking and typically offer no response. I tell them to email you, but warn them that most likely they'll get a form reply from staff. There's rarely any indication that you have read the emails or plan to follow up. I mentioned that some of you sometimes have public meetings, but those meetings are poorly advertised, poorly attended, usually less well attended than CAC meetings and lacking in diversity, and that there's little follow-up after. I have a few suggestions for things you can do right now to improve engagement if that's truly a value for you. You can start by insisting that the city's website events calendar be kept up to date. Citizens can't engage when they aren't kept informed. You could try to actually engage with the citizens who email you. You could do a better job promoting your meetings, listening to constituents, and following up afterwards. But if you really cared about engagement, you would immediately reconstitute city support for the CACs and work with the RCAC and CAC leadership to help them reach out to all Raleigh residents and get up and running again better than
Thank you,
ever.
Steph. Your time is up. Next, we have Joshua Bradley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, friends and comrades in Raleigh, I would like to say that in light of like a net loss of affordable housing, in light of gentrification encroaching on Southeast Raleigh, oh, I'm at 1324 Spring Lawn Court, by the way, and in light of city employees are able to murder people without any kind of punishment. I think that it would be very important. You had mentioned earlier that you had suggested to move an African mayors forward to a committee. I think that's a good call, but at the same time, you don't have a really good track record in listening to your committees and commissions. Vis-a-vis the Police Accountability Task Force and as well as the Planning Commission, where you tend to, in large numbers, ignore their advice. I think it is very important in this day and age, with the encroachment of gentrification, with the explosion of white supremacy to the point to where a lot of people are saying the quiet parts loud and get away with it. Like there have been Proud Boys downtown Raleigh quite a bit, and they are treated with a lot more respect than people that would be against that, in that they're allowed to leave without license plates. and it's important, if we're going to be a good city, that we need to root out all of the things that are hurting, especially our oppressed communities. And I think it's incumbent upon y'all and the people that replace y'all after the next election to get this worked out, and make Raleigh a truly diverse and a truly inclusive place, that it puts aside the white supremacy that it was founded on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stacy Alexo.
Hi, my name is Stacy Alesko. I moved downtown in 2014 to the South Park neighborhood, and we were very intentional when we bought researching the city's plan to maintain naturally occurring affordable housing, which was still abundant at that time. We learned about the small area plan for South Park, stating that the development should reflect the existing historic building types in this historically Black community. However, in the years since we've moved in, we've seen neighbors pushed out by the cost of rising property taxes. Homes have been torn down with much more expensive ones built in their place. There seems to be no end in sight to the plans for development. A prime example of this is the South Bloodworth Street rezoning case in which 4 affordable homes are at risk of being torn down to make way for luxury townhomes or apartments, which do not at all reflect or maintain the existing historic building types. Many of us voted for city council members and the mayor based on promises of supporting affordable living and making Raleigh inclusive. Mayor Baldwin's campaign website outlined 10 ways Raleigh could encourage affordable housing. Yet in the past few years, we have become more exclusive as we continue to push low-income residents to neighboring towns. I work at a middle school near downtown, and families who have attended the school for generations are being forced out. The reality of development is a distinct juxtaposition to the promises made to our city. I initially thought this was the work of only private developers, but was shocked to learn about the role the city has played as well. I recently learned about the work of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition and their suggested feasible solutions to the gentrification problems Raleigh is facing. They suggest a moratorium on city-initiated teardowns. There is no reason to destroy habitable properties for the sake of building the McMansions Mayor Baldwin specifically opposed in her campaign. Also recommended is new funding now for low-income housing, repair, and rehab. A 3 to 4 year waitlist for assistance is unacceptable, especially with the increased financial hardships faced due to the pandemic. An affordable housing oversight task force should immediately be created with community voices centered. With CACs gone, there's little to no opportunity for the City Council to hear input and advice from the very citizens they serve. I urge you to please consider these recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stacy. Next, we have Jane Harrison.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jane Harrison, and I'm here tonight to advocate for an African American Affairs Board for Raleigh. Black residents make up 30% of our city's population, and we must advance city policies that center their voices. The city has various boards, but none that specifically advance racial equity for African Americans. The board would be able to address issues like affordable housing, gentrification, police relations, and wealth building, among others. It would help to ensure sustained investment in Black and Brown Raleigh. With the Citizen Advisory Councils being disbanded by this city council last spring, many neighborhoods in Raleigh have limited ways to engage with city leaders. In the past, almost half of the chairs of the CACs were African American. We've lost access to their voices in city decisions. The CAC where I live doesn't meet anymore. We are missing critical nodes of communication, which is especially troubling during a global pandemic. I want to thank Raleigh residents, Quanah Monique Edwards, Kimberly Muptarian, and Serena Johnson for spearheading this issue. They brought this idea to City Council in January. The time to act is now. I'm excited that it's going to committee. I definitely do not want to see it die there. I urge you to commit to the success of an African American Affairs Board if such a group is formed. Raleigh's boards and commissions are filled with knowledgeable and committed individuals whose ideas, unfortunately, do not always make it into policy. For example, the Police Advisory Board, newly created last summer, has limited powers and influence despite their desire to be a trusted liaison between the community and the police. I want us as a community to acknowledge the talents and wonderful ideas of our neighbors and honor their service to Raleigh. Let's invest in each other's success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tess Luthner.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Tess Leutner, and I am here today speaking also in solidarity with Kim Mukhtarian, Serena Johnson, Monique Edwards, Jane Harrison, as well as other speakers today who are calling for the formation of an African American Affairs Board. I'm a toxicologist and environmental health scientist, deeply concerned about the health of our environment, particularly because it affects our own health. Clean air, water, and food are basic human rights, not a privilege. In the United States, and particularly in urban areas, including Raleigh, there are significant environmental injustices, such as disparities in exposure to air pollution from redlining, contaminated drinking water, and other water bodies from hazardous wastewater runoff and other industrial polluters that result in long-term health impacts on neighborhoods and communities. Often, historically disadvantaged populations bear the greatest burden of these environmental injustices due to ongoing structural and institutional racism. According to the Environmental Protection Agency's Environmental Justice Screening Tool, from data collected from 2014 to 2018, across Raleigh, in zip codes that are made up of at least 75% people of color, there is a 95% higher risk for exposure to PM 2.5, an air pollution measurement, and have a 95% higher chance of living in close proximity to a hazardous waste site compared to zip codes in Raleigh, whose demographics are 0 to 9% people of color. This can have major individual health and community level consequences. It is time for the Raleigh City Council to take a stand against environmental racism and support politically and financially the health of predominantly minority communities. Black entities and Black leaders, some of which we have listened to tonight, who serve their communities need to have the power and a voice in decisions being made by the council, which is why I request that the Raleigh City Council put the African American Affairs Board on their agenda and vote yes to the formation of the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Geary.
Hello, Bob Geary, 202 East Park Drive. I'm speaking again on behalf of the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. My colleague Leon Cook spoke earlier about the need for a moratorium on city-initiated teardowns. We also want the city to do better, much better, helping low-income residents stay in their homes and fix them up when they need repairs. You've said that you do this with low-income loans. Our understanding is very little of it is done, and there's a long waiting list. We held a workshop last week, and we noted that as fast as Raleigh is pumping money into new apartments, we are losing 1,000 rental units a year as our small, affordable houses are torn down and expensive houses replace them. We talked with the family of an older resident of Southeast Raleigh who was literally code enforced out of her home. A city inspector came by, we don't know why, and wrote her up for multiple violations, hit her with a $325 fine. She couldn't afford to make the repairs. No one from the city mentioned that help was available. Instead, the city began to charge her $100 a day for every day she failed to comply. This was in 2014. She still owns the house, but she doesn't live there anymore. She had to flee from it to avoid the inspectors. 7 years later, she owes more than $300,000 in fines. The roof of the house, which was starting to have issues in 2014, has partially collapsed. This is on Bragg Street. The city did nothing to help and everything to frighten this woman into leaving what should still be a sound, small, affordable house. All around her, new houses are going up, much bigger houses. Soon, someone will swoop in, buy this woman out, tear her small house down, and you know what replaces it will be big, fancy, and cost $500,000 or $600,000. Do better, Raleigh. Last year's bond issue had money in it for repairs.
Mr. Gray. Your time is up. Dion Selby is next.
Madam Mayor.
Good evening to all the city council members. My name is Dion Selby, and also good evening to everybody listening. I'm a life coach in the Raleigh community, and I teach financial literacy. I'm also here to speak on the need for the African American Affairs Board and why it is actually needed.
Would you mind giving your address, please, for the record?
Yeah, it's 3618 Brittlebank Road. I actually live right off of Barwell Road. So the reasons why the board is needed is, number one, education and financial literacy. As I said, I also teach financial literacy in the community, and African Americans make up 30% of the population in Raleigh. So we need a board that actually speaks directly to the people in our community. One of the huge problems that I see is, because I'm also in mortgage lending, is African Americans die without access to their property because they don't have wills. So they actually are limited to the financial literacy. So we need to be able to have a board that speaks to that. Another reason is crime, which I didn't hear some of my other colleagues talk about, but I do want to also speak on that as well, is that having a board will actually be a huge reduction of crime as well. So we know that statistically, when we have better resources, when we have more economic growth, and when we have better funding, crime reduction is down as well in our communities. So we need someone that actually represents who we see in our community and be able to actually speak to that. Another huge reason of having a board is being able to have access to the funding. We need to be able to have access to the funding in our Black community for our Black entrepreneurs, for our Black small business owners, and also housing, like the example that you spoke about, Ms. Baldwin, earlier, about being able to repair your homes and things like that. We need to be able to get that information to
Thank you, Dion. Your time is up. Thanks for being here tonight. Next, we have Mac Paul.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Mac Paul, 421 Fayetteville Street, here for the Dover family. And they own 9 parcels comprising about 54 acres on Dover Farm Road. I submitted a map via the presentation if you want to see it. I also sent it to each one of you. But essentially, we're making a request similar to one that was before you a few months ago, which is to start the process for relinquishment from the city's ETJ, because these properties are in the Swift Creek watershed, which the city's policies do not support extending utilities. So the process would allow them to be removed and go to Wake County, where they could have a rural zoning applied to them. So you recently went through this process with the McNair Farm, which is about 228 acres just to the east of these parcels. So tonight, I've been working with staff, and they indicated the first step is to come before you to get your consent or support to start the process with staff so they can vet it and come back to you later after reviewing it. So again, I would respectfully request that you allow us to initiate this with staff, initiate this process to relinquish these properties from the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Could we, well, I would like some advice from the city attorney. I guess that is one option.
Yes, it is. There's not really a set procedure, but council did recently go through this process. And if you wanted to undertake it, you wouldn't be approving it. You'd just refer it to the planning department to process it the same way that they did the last one, and then bring it back for staff to explain it and council to vote on whether to do that or not.
Is the council okay with referring this to staff?
I think Pat's there, if he's got anything to add.
I was good evening, council and mayor and council. I was just going to endorse what the attorney advised you, that you just refer this back to staff. We'll put together a weekly report item that lays out options and then bring it to you as an agenda item for action.
So can I have a show of hands, council members? Is everyone okay referring this to staff to review and bring back to us?
I'm not particularly inclined to do this.
All right, so we would refer this to staff. They would bring it back to us. We're not approving it tonight.
Well, it's a little troubling to think that we're requesting to keep taking land out of our drinking water watershed. And
all right,
get some better information about what's going on here, and
that's what will come to us. That's what will come to us with the staff report.
All right, then I would recommend that they come back with a staff report, but not expect us to take action, as the planning director said. I mean, maybe they come back with a report, we review the report, and we request later some action. But I would not support taking action at that time.
We don't know what there is to take action on at that time. That's what the staff report is going to provide guidance on.
Okay, I just didn't want there to be an expectation that we're going to vote to move something forward. I think we have to have the expectation that all we're doing is asking for a report.
We're asking for the staff to go back, bring us back a report, similar to what we did with McNair Farms. It went through a process. So that's all we're asking. So I'm going to ask again, show of hands, please. Is everybody okay with referring this to staff for a report? Could you raise your hand?
Very cautiously.
Okay. Everybody's okay with it. Pat knows what to do. Thank you. Next, we have Carmen Cawthon.
Good evening, Carmen Wimberly Cawthon, 703 Lattice Street. I believe the city does need to create an African American Affairs Board. Historically, several boards and commissions were created in the 1970s to assist Black Raleigh citizens whose needs had not been heard. One of these was the Raleigh Community Relations Commission, which has become the Raleigh Community Relations Commission, which is now the Raleigh Human Relations Committee. At its inception, the Human Relations Commission was charged with evaluating human services and human relations within the city and making recommendations to City Council in areas where its action was required. Initially, those responsibilities carried with them the authority to receive complaints from citizens and to attempt to reconcile disputes within the community. Charlotte Observer article from May 1971 states that because the board's steps towards conciliation were often subtle, they escaped the attention of Blacks who were becoming increasingly distrustful, and a staff member thought that the committee's work was a runaround to avoid getting down to the real problems of the community. Our city's equity statement says that it's committed to establishing and advancing equitable community. One of the ways to help establish that is to have the really hard conversations around race and what is happening to Black members of the community in all areas of their lives. In 1969, a newspaper article stated about an open housing ordinance. This would be a positive official action against discrimination and for fair treatment for Negroes here, where too often words and good wishes have been made to suffice. The Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board was created in response to that type of need. It is important that programs that have been created across the country in the last 50 years to assist Black people are not usurped for groups, other groups that have civil rights needs, when we are still trying to recover from systems that were put in place that we had no control over regarding financial and otherwise. It is time to put our needs first.
I'm going to ask again, when your 2 minutes are up, please don't continue talking. Let's be respectful of everyone. Hua Huang is next.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road. I'm here to talk about, on behalf of Wake County Housing Justice Coalition, our concern with the city's inadequacy in engaging with the community when addressing affordable housing need. Take Heritage Park as an example. Residents and community advocates had attended recent meetings concerning Raleigh Housing Authority, RHA's plan to demolish the building. Since 2019, RHA started having meetings with the tenants, where many have told our members that they do not get notices. And when they do have meetings, only about less than 10 tenants actually showed up out of 122. Fast forward to 2021, meetings starting back up since COVID, members of our coalition personally went out to put notice about the city's meeting on every door the day before, something that RHA did not do. The RHA just put notices on mailboxes in community areas. So if you don't check the mail, you won't know there's a meeting happening. And at that meeting, there were tenants presenting with lots of questions that the cities were unable to answer. The city staff could only say that they were going to build a 4-story unit with elevators for senior citizens to move into. So what happens during those changes for the senior citizens? Several have been living there for over 25 years, and to have that long of a life being uprooted until you have a place to put them in, and then the place they plan to put those senior citizens in may not be the same size of occupancy that the citizen had previously had. So one of the tenants' sons spoke to our members that after the city built condos across the street, the children felt like the people looked down upon them. These are cases of how gentrification can lead to trauma for residents, manifesting in different forms. The Housing Justice Coalition felt that RHA is inadequate in addressing affordable housing needs. So for this reason, we are calling for the city to establish an affordable housing oversight task force to be proactive and bring community in and centering community voices, because only when you bring community voices at the table can you fight back against gentrification. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Johnson.
3225 Oak Grove Circle. This council has given a lot of lip service to caring about the homeless and the housing insecure. I challenge each of you to put your money where your mouth is. In their April newsletter, the Triangle Apartment Association encourages its members to support overturning the nationwide moratorium on evictions. In fact, their April issue and many previous issues are sponsored by a full-service eviction agency. Look it up. Most of you, except for David Cox, were elected with the support and assistance of the TAA and their Gray Money PAC. Just in case it's not clear, your supporters want to be able to evict people during a pandemic. Are you willing to jeopardize their support and go on record asking them to support the nationwide moratorium on evictions rather than lobby against it? It will be interesting to see what action David Knight takes. He was one of the prime beneficiaries of their PAC money that was largely spent on negative mailers and that were full of falsehoods and misinformation. Every Raleigh voter should care about how we treat the most vulnerable in our community, many of who are still suffering from the impact of the pandemic, with homelessness increasing throughout our area. This council has been delivering for the TAA ever since you took office, and the TAA has regularly been congratulating themselves on their council. It's time for you to get something in return for Raleigh's most vulnerable residents. Are you willing to put community interest over your own selfish interest? Speaking of putting community interest first, I want to thank Councilor David Cox for raising the issue of an African American Affairs Board and want to thank him for moving it forward.
Next, we have Tim Niles.
11509 Midlothian Drive, Tim Niles. At the last meeting, 5 speakers mentioned their spouses in their introductions. They did it to highlight the mayor's habit of pointing out the relationship between a former councilor and her husband when they both speak. These speakers addressed various topics, none of them were personal. The council's environmental record, reported just yesterday as the citizens' highest priority according to Raleigh's community survey results. The abortion clinic protests, offering a solution based on recent court rulings, the conflicts of interest of various councilors, and the mayor lying to the public about the cost of a TIG for downtown South. When asked, Mayor Baldwin told the media her comments were innocent. She has made this same comment at least 3 council meetings. A one-time innocent comment would not have resulted in such an organized response from 5 speakers. Acting repeatedly like this has an objective. Here that objective is to discredit the opinions of a speaker as just those of the spouse of a former councilor. It also intimidates others who may disagree with this mayor and discourages them from speaking out because they fear what her response might be. There's no reason for the mayor to disclose personal information. It's malicious and unprofessional. She's the one here with the power, and she needs to stop abusing it. Thank you.
Next, we have George Roberson.
Mayor George is not on the call.
Next, we have Sheila LaCar.
Sheila Lee Carr, 1109 Hemingway Drive. There had been a lot of issues brought forth tonight, and there have been a lot of statistics, and I want to speak from the heart. I was raised in a community, and my family and my experiences have taught me to see things through a lens. Mine has been the lens of a white woman. The issues that I have faced socially, monetarily, and professionally, legally, are not the same issues that are faced by all people that live in different areas that have different colors. I would really hope that the board, the city council, would really accept an Afro-American Affairs Board. I think it is greatly needed because there's a lot of distrust between the Afro-American community and white people. For white people are the ones that have most of the power. We have been the ones making all of the decisions all of the years. We would not be discussing race today if Black people had been able to stop racism. It will not be eradicated through them. It will be eradicated through the hearts of white people, educating others, and making laws that make sure that there's equity for all people. When decisions are being made in a community that we as white people have never lived in, felt, or had those issues, we cannot completely understand what they're going through. But a board of the people that are their own kinship, that have their own heritage, will understand and work in tandem with you. It will create trust, and it will make people that have felt disenfranchised feel like they finally have been invited and have a place to the table. I hope that Raleigh will be a leader for the rest of this country and doing what I know that you know is what needs to be done to make Raleigh a better city and make America to be the country of equality.
Sheila, your time is up. Thank you so much for being here. You make some wonderful points. Thank you. Next, we have Helen Tart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I live at 611 Monroe Drive, and I'd like to address a subject the majority of this council doesn't seem to know much about. Home. It's not just four walls with a lock on the door to keep people out. A home is a place where you belong, a place where the faces nearby are familiar, where the trees that shade the street welcome you, where you grew up and loved and hope to die. A place that gives you the strength to go out and face the world and maybe even try to make it a better place for everyone. A place, not just any place, but your place. Raleigh is full of these places and the people that love them, but that is changing, and the changes are not being made by the people that live there. This council talks a lot about affordable housing and how we need more of it. Not homes, but generic housing to warehouse people that used to have homes in places where they belong. They lived in naturally occurring affordable housing, but were run out of their neighborhoods by high taxes and the new property owners that contributed to them. Even when they manage to pay the taxes and avoid the land speculators, they end up getting on the wrong side of the public nuisance inspectors, and the city decides to tear down their home. The city's program to help people renovate their homes has a 3 to 4 year waiting list because the city can't seem to find more than a handful of approved contractors to do the work. What the city needs to be doing is using the affordable housing bond money to save these homes, not just tear them down. You can work with the Raleigh Area Land Trust to save these homes and neighborhoods. That's what I'm doing. I'm putting my house where my mouth is. I hope to be the first existing homeowner to become a member of the Land Trust. Now it's your turn.
Thank you, Helen. Your time is up. Thank you. And that's remarkable. Next, we have Jennifer Truman.
Hey y'all, my name is Jen Truman and I'm the long-term urban ag advocate. I want to say thank you to Nicole for taking up our urban ag issues into the Growth and Natural Resources Committee, and also to Councilor Melton for his comments and direction to staff regarding farmers markets at city parks earlier this afternoon. I won't go into too much detail, but I just want to add a little context for why we all spoke tonight to ask for an acknowledgement of this as a priority for Raleigh. People in our group already spoke about all of the community environmental economic importance, but also we asked for a community engaged planning process with urban agriculture as the starting point towards a comprehensive food policy in Raleigh. And that's because we believe community engaged process that deeply engages the existing urban ag community and BIPOC and low income residents is needed to imagine a different food future for Raleigh. We believe the most impactful benefit will come from an inclusive process to identify and implement code changes, craft effective policies, and mobilize the community to prioritize local food access and urban ag. And that's part of what they did with the Wake County Food Security Plan, and Raleigh can contribute now. And that will take a little bit of time, probably a little bit of money, but it's worth doing. And that's because right now our UDO has significant barriers for starting and expanding community gardens and urban farms. A couple of simple text changes can fix that, but they're not all we need. To start, we need to allow agriculture uses in residential districts by right for residents. Yeah, it's not allowed. Community gardens by right in all districts, and urban farms by right in mixed use districts. We need to exempt season extension structures that make it possible to farm food year round for our communities from accessory structuring and stormwater requirements. And we need to permit community gardens and urban farms to include agritourism events to welcome in our community. We offer our support and enthusiasm as urban ag community for this cause. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Jen. And we recognize the enthusiasm. Thanks to everyone for being here this evening. Next, we have Kenneth Wilkins.
Can you hear?
Is Kenneth Wilkins on the line?
Yes, Ken's there. Ken, please stop hitting the mute and unmute button. You're unmuted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and my old friend, Madam City Manager. Congratulations once again. Kenneth Wilkins, 5521 Seafair Court. I want to speak in favor of the African American Affairs Board. I'm not going to prolong the issue. I think a lot has been said already, which I agree with. However, I would like to say that one of the issues that had not been mentioned that I agree with is certainly I'd like to see us make sure that we've got supported services. This is a citywide issue, but particularly in the Black community, we'd like to have first responders, when they come to a situation, know that they're equipped to handle those situations. We all know that there are so many where there may be a mental health issue or some other issue, and that's not something the police are really equipped to do or trained to do. And so I think that's something we need to talk about. And also, in reiterating what other people have said, we need that access to the council through this board. And let me just say one other thing, and this is a rhetorical question, but I think as we move into September and before October, that this question will no longer be rhetorical for members who plan to seek re-election or election. And that is, what have you done personally to deal with the inequities in our society that have been laid bare by the pandemic and the other issues that have been the forefront of this country? I don't mean that you send a tweet, put up a sign, raise your fist, send an email, or participate in the march, but what have you done specifically to help deal with the inequities in our society? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have John Shuford.
This is John Shuford, 621 Thistlegate Trail. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for giving us the opportunity to speak on these issues. I have a strong love for North Carolina and Raleigh. We have to turn the corner on healing the divide between Black and white. Please approve the African American Affairs Board. My family set roots in North Carolina in 1755, helped establish Hickory, and has been a major presence in Catawba County ever since. Today, we have an opportunity to move further beyond Jim Crow and begin the healing process caused by it. We need to pay attention to the needs of our African American community, and as whites, we simply don't know what those needs are. We may think we do, but we do not know. Recently, the City Council chose to approve the Kane Project in alarming contrast to the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to oppose it, and in apparent disregard for the welfare of Southeast Raleigh residents. We need to show we are not the same mind as the state legislature, which continues Jim Crow policies by limiting voting for Blacks and other minorities, which is absolutely shameful, un-American, and has greatly damaged the image of our great state nationally. Please approve the establishment and empowerment of the African American Affairs Board. Durham, Asheville, and Chapel Hill have moved ahead of us. Let us not fall further behind. Let us move the healing process forward. The African American Affairs Board is a significant step in that direction. Please approve it. And I have just recently become aware of the relationship between gentrification and Jim Crow, and it saddens me greatly. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, John. Is Calla Wright on?
No, she removed herself from the list, Mayor.
Okay. Next, then we would have Quanta Edwards.
Good evening. Yes, this is Quanta Edwards. I live at 4611 Centerbrook Circle. And now that we have been told that the African American Affairs Board is moving to committee, could you please explain what the next steps are?
Yes, so Quanta, this has been sent to the Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Communities Committee. for discussion, further discussion. You'll be notified when that meeting is held. We're probably looking at the meeting in March because we have a full agenda in April. So let me just look this up. It is the fourth Tuesday in March. I mean, May, I'm sorry, May 25th. Yeah. So May 25th at 11:30, it will be the meeting when we initially discuss this. What normally happens is we have a review from staff. They will go over history of our boards and commissions. They will go over like options that we can consider. We will have discussion at that time and also hear from the community based on that staff report. So that's the next step.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next we have Sharon Campbell.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sharon Campbell. I am calling to support the African American Affairs Board. I think it's time that the City Council stop having so many meetings and do something and be in action. When you move from committee to committee for Black issues only, it says a red flag to say, not your time yet, not yet now. We are looking for something else to say no to. We don't want that anymore. Equal should be equal. As women and Black women and women of color, we know what it is to be said no to and not your time. This is why it's important to have the African American Board to stop going through committees, stop making excuses, and act. And another thing, Black Raleigh does not just exist in District C. I wonder why we think that way. We have Black Raleigh in District A, B, C, D, and E. How do I know? Because I own a business and I'm a Black woman and I'm in E and I would love to be counted. I help Black businesses thrive and grow. Our company is dedicated to helping people reach their dreams, their passion, and equal income for economic development for Black businesses. It is time that the city of Raleigh stop playing games with Black people and poor people and become a thrive. Why do we always have to be behind? Why aren't Raleigh the leader, the capital it should be? That way, forming this board should start immediately and not continue for month after month after month. And it should represent the people, not our friends, not the good old boys, not the Jim Crows, not the oath keepers, not the peacemakers. It should represent the people of Raleigh, all districts.
Sharon, your time is up. Thank you. Next, we have Douglas Johnston. We know what Doug will be talking about, Dix Park.
It's a wonderful thing. I've just been thinking about how the opportunities for the park come in frequently to a city, and our city's just a little understaffed to timely seize this opportunity. Its staff, partners, our volunteers, the committee members, and the staff too of related departments, park and recreation, zoning, and transportation. All these people are working at 110%, and additional staff will multiply their productivity. Warren Buffett says, when it rains gold, put out the bucket, not the thimble. And this staffing is not at thimble level. I mean, we have the best, but more would be able to demonstrate the commitment to the park and what it can be before the next referendum. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug. Next, we have Layla Smith.
Mayor, I'm not seeing Ms. Smith on the call.
Okay, thank you. Brenda Rourke is next.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a first-time participant. My address is 320 Sherrybrook Drive. I'm here to advocate for the AAAB, that's the African American Affairs Board. I've been listening, to others speak this evening, and it's become, disheartening that we are in a position to where now with the ACC's dissolved, we've got to ask to be represented in our own community. Why are we at this point again? There's no reason why we should not have this African American Affairs Board that is a representation of the people who live in the community. It's the people who know what their needs are, not the city of Raleigh, your staff, but the people. You need to listen to what we need. I've lived here for 15 years, and it's just a disappointment that my neighborhood is now part of gentrification. This board should have the ability to examine and define issues central to the rights and the needs of African American people and people of color. Because I understand it's just not African American people who live in Southeast Raleigh. The board should have the ability to advise policymakers and policy recommendations for changes in programs and laws that benefit our community. It should develop and implement policies, plans, and programs related to special needs for our community, promote equitable access for all African Americans and people of color. I implore you, let's step out of the same model that you've been using for years. Let's do something bold. Let's do something challenging. Establish this board. Re-engage the community, the people who live there. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have Ronnie Crum.
Good evening. I am at 320 Sherrybrook Road. I'm in full unwavering support for the creation of an African American Affairs Board right here and right now. I am blessed to be the mother of Black sons. My sons became thriving young men because they had support and guidance from family members, basketball coaches, and teachers who supported their capabilities. While several media reports issues over the past 10 years that have sounded an alarm to the plight of the African American males, still, increasing evidence suggests that more efforts are needed to develop policy, program, and community-based strategies to address the alarming circumstance of our African American male youth. There are organizations like 100 Black Men and the Iota Iota chapter of Omega Psi Phi that have Black male initiatives because they are providing opportunity, hope, and pathways for being productive, positive, and resilient Black men. They offer pathways to college or a career instead of jail. Yet, none of our City of Raleigh programs address the unique needs facing Black men and Black families. We are handed rental assistance, never housing that supports the low income of many Black people. The Black community is provided with programs that include the very officers that often arrest the same Black males a few years later. I believe this happens because you don't have a unique Black lens and focus that is needed in every single department under the City of Raleigh. This is what the African American Affairs Board could do, will do, and can do. So I ask the City of Raleigh to stop stalling and put forth the motion that creates this board without any further hesitation. Thank you.
Could I have the name of that last speaker, please?
Ronnie Crumb.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Victor Campbell.
Mayor Victor is not on the call.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Teleska.
Hello? Can someone unmute me?
Something that you will not believe. What?
facing alley. Read this.
I gotta get my.
That Trump was raising money in December and January and all this.
Somebody is speaking who is not on mute. Could we have Chris Teleska, please?
Yeah, well, unmute me.
You are unmuted. We can hear you.
Oh, I couldn't see that. It says my microphone's cut off. Okay. All right. Yes, my name is Chris Teleska. I live at 7021 Tanbark Way.
Start the clock, please. I'm sorry,
Hello?
Chris. Yes, go on.
I am here to support the creation of an African American Affairs Board to help resolve some of the city's worst problems of gentrification, shortage of affordable housing, income inequality, and institutional racism. I've worked for a religious nonprofit since 2010, helping to raise money for people in need. Most of the people in need and most of the people I've worked with are Black, and they live in Southeast Raleigh. While driving them home to catch the bus at Moore Square, I can't tell you how disgusted I was seeing the sad state of disrepair of the masonry "Welcome to Raleigh" sign on New Bern Avenue. That it was a metaphor for how Black Raleigh was not being respected. And seeing how many people I worked with were hot bunking and living on the streets because they couldn't afford rent or to buy affordable housing in Raleigh. And how many regularly talked about their interaction with police and other city employees and city services where they felt there was systemic racism at work. After the city council did away with the CACs, even folks like me who live in a golf course neighborhood in Raleigh have had our voices in city matters taken away. I can't imagine how frustrated Black residents of Raleigh must feel in losing their housing and thus their political voice in neighborhoods they have lived in for generations. Therefore, I am joining all your other Raleigh residents to ask the City Council to support the formation of the African American Affairs Board, made up of experts in many different fields to provide counsel, advice, and implementation of policies that establish, protect, preserve, and advance the well-being of African American citizens living in Raleigh, and to not let the matter of this board, go to a committee to die. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the completion of our our speakers tonight. If everybody is amenable to this, I'd like to take a 2-minute break, and we will start the public hearing process. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We are now on to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first item is the substantial amendment to the City of Raleigh FY 2020-21 Annual Action Plan. And we have Lamont Taylor from Housing and Neighborhoods. I just want to say no one has signed up to speak in opposition on this. So Lamont, if you want to give a brief review, and then I will open the hearing and close the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Lamont Taylor, a CD Administrator in Housing and Neighborhoods, and tonight's presentation will provide you with an overview of the proposed uses of CDBG CV3 funding awarded to the city under the CARES Act of 2020 to assist our low-income and homeless residents impacted by COVID. So we received just over $2.6 million to serve our residents who are impacted by COVID at low income and who are also homeless. And with your approval this evening, we will use the funding to support homelessness prevention, including shelter repair and expansion, and mortgage assistance. In addition to the CDBG CV3 funds, the city also received $14.3 million from the U.S. Treasury Department, and we're expecting an additional $11 million for emergency rental assistance. So with your approval this evening, we will expeditiously work to get assistance to those in need, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have at this time.
Do we have any questions for Lamont? Councilmember Cox?
If you could go back to the slide about the funds that don't require an action plan. The one before that. Yeah, so that's what, 25 million, 25.3 million. And so this is strictly for emergency rental assistance. So this would actually go towards rents. Is that correct?
So that is correct. And our current funding, the $14.3 million, is also available for utility assistance. So
okay.
It is for both rental and utility, and then standalone utility assistance if the household doesn't need rental assistance.
So these would be payments directly to the individual, or are these payments that would go, say, to the utility company or to the landlord?
So in this program, no payments would go directly to the resident. Payments would go directly to the landlord and to providers of utility services.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? City Manager, did you have your hand up?
I do, but not a question. Mr. Taylor got started before we were able to officially introduce him. For many of you all on the call, you probably have not had the opportunity to officially meet him. He was hired during COVID and hit the ground running with CDBG work. So Lamont Taylor is our Assistant Director in Housing and Neighborhood. He manages the Community Development Division.
Well, welcome to Raleigh. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Thank you.
I am now going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do I have a motion to approve? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart, do I have a second? Councilmember Branch. I like that. Makes it easy to figure out. All in favor? Okay, that is unanimous, clerk. The next item, Lamont will also present, it's our fiscal year 2021-22 annual action plan. We do have two speakers who are opposed. So we'll get a brief overview from Lamont, and then I will open the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will present now an overview of our 2021-22 annual action plan. As a condition of HUD funding, the city is required to submit an annual action plan each year to receive funding under the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Act, and Community Emergency Solutions Grant Program. This is the second year implementation of the city's FY 2021 through 2025 HUD Consolidated Plan. And as a condition of the funding, HUD requires a fairly extensive citizen participation process, including a 30-day public comment period and 2 public hearings to allow opportunity for public input on the plan. And this slide shows the elements of our timeline to get that submission to HUD. The annual action plan will address the goals and priorities as identified in the consolidated plan, describe the amount of funding, and then the allocation of funds to grants made available to community organizations. And consistent with the consolidated plan, the annual action plan addresses the goals of increasing the supply of affordable housing, increasing services to build self-sufficiency and sustainability, and enhancing the homeless to housing continuum. The city received just under $4.8 million in federal funds, and we estimate to receive approximately $720,000 in program income. As you can see from this slide, the funding will be used for a variety of housing and community development activities. We conducted an RFP process, and I think I missed the slide. We conducted an RFP process with the county for the city's emergency solutions grant funding, and the 3 agencies on this slide are recommended for fiscal year 21-22. And similarly, we conducted an RFP process for the city's Community Enhancement Grant Program, and the 5 agencies on this slide are recommended for fiscal year 21-22. Our next steps will be to, and I will mention that we did receive 2 written public comments in support of the action plan. So the next steps for us will be to combine any comments received from tonight's public hearing with those written comments, and we will bring the item back to council for adoption of the plan and submission to HUD at the May 4th council meeting. And I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have at this time.
Do we have any questions of Lamont? me see here. Hold on, let me get the grid back up. Councilmember Cox.
Could you detail how we went about soliciting public comment?
We used a number of different methods. Of course, we advertised in the newspaper. We placed information on our website, and then we did direct outreach to agencies that we work with in town, and some new ones as well. So we had a combination of electronic publication as well as direct outreach via email.
But that direct outreach was just to the organizations?
Well, to a wider group of housing partners and advocates for affordable housing.
Okay, but what about outreach to regular citizens?
So the outreach to regular citizens was through the newspaper. There was a newspaper advertisement advertising tonight's hearing, and also it is posted on our website.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. First, we'll hear from Helen Tart.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay. I signed up because I have been concerned about the kinds of replacement housing that has been going in College Park, Idlewild, that doesn't seem to really fit the character of the neighborhood. And as I said earlier, because I wasn't sure whether I'd get to speak on this one, the tearing down of the smaller, less expensive homes and rental homes that are being replaced by homes that aren't being able to afford the people that the people that live there won't be able to afford to live in. So and that is something that I'm hoping that the housing in neighborhoods could take into account a little more than they have in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing I want to mention is our countdown timer is not on. I was timing this on my phone. So if we could get the countdown timer down, 3 minutes per person. Are we having an issue with the countdown timer? Okay. So 3 minutes, please. And the next person is Hua Huang.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Wake County Housing Justice Coalition about community development. And as it stands, the coalition cannot support what has been drafted so far for the annual action plan. One of the main points that was put forth within the platform was for our coalition was that the city must consider bringing the community in and center on community voices. Has the city done so? Or is the city just checkboxing? The Wake County Housing Justice Coalition will review what has written in the draft annual action plan. The draft stated that the citizen participation events included the virtual hearing on December 1st, 2020 and April 6, 2021. The public only gets a chance to speak twice about how the money should be spent to address affordable housing needs for a full year. That, in the opinion of the coalition, is insufficient. There must also be opportunity for dialogues, exchanges, for the city to be open to citizens' inputs and make changes accordingly, even if that even if what the citizens want largely different from what the city initially had planned. Furthermore, the draft also stated that the events would advertise to nonprofit organizations and posted on the City of Raleigh Facebook and Twitter page. I looked through social media pages all the way back to March 1st, 2021, and I can't find any call for people's attention toward the consolidated plans, or at least I cannot find any post that clearly alluded to anything like consolidated plan, draft annual action plan, or community development. Search for it right now on City of Raleigh Twitter, not a single tweet on the word community, consolidated, annual, all the way back to March 1st, 2021. So which one was it? How would people even be made aware of any of this? The city's apparent contradiction between what they reported in the draft action plan and what's out there in the public is only one of the many issues the coalition have found so far with their community development. As far as we're concerned, this has not adequately involved the community, or perhaps not at all. The annual action plan stated that the Facebook page has over 11,000 followers, Twitter page 99,000 followers, and community development distribution list over 4,000 recipients. How many of the follower recipients were people coming from impacted communities? The report also stated that the participation events were advertised through flyers posted in low-income neighborhoods at public gatherings such as churches, communities, and libraries. Well, this is coming from one of our members who's also a member of the faith community. Many of the people in affected areas don't have access to Facebook or Twitter on a regular basis, if at all. Nor are most churches gathering in large numbers, and libraries have only recently been opened in limited basis. So community engagement notifications are limited at best. So just because the city has incorporated the proper language, increase and preserve the supply of affordable housing, and I quote, the city has neither done so in the past nor established any clear concrete action that will actually preserve affordable housing that exists right now, or mitigate displacement of low and moderate households. In fact, city-wide demolition on top of the code enforcement increases homelessness. This is a concern we have shared for residents who live in Heritage Park.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up for public comment. I am going to close the hearing now. This is a hearing only. At this point in time, we are not taking action this evening. All of the comments heard tonight will be included in the report that comes back to us, City Council, along with other comments received along the way. This will be come back to us on May 4th for approval. Thank you. Thank you, Lamont. And as we said, welcome to Raleigh. The next item is annexation at 8601 and 8705 Lewisburg Road. There was no one signed up to speak in opposition. Michael Birch is the representative for the applicant. We will have a presentation from Bynum and the opportunity to ask some questions.
Contiguous petition annexation. Good evening. Can y'all hear me? I can't talk. I'm unmuted. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can hear you.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So this is a contiguous petition annexation for some property on Lewisburg Road. The second item after this is also rezoning for the very same area. And what I would like to do is make some brief remarks about the annexation and the rezoning. And then you need to hold 2 separate hearings, public hearings, and take 2 separate actions. But I think it'd be more useful to you all if you heard all the information first. So this is just over 83 acres. It is contiguous with our corporate limits, but it's outside the ETJ. So rezoning requires annexation. If you want to rezone the property, you absolutely must annex. Water and sewer are nearby. This is between our jurisdiction and Rollsville. And again, water and sewer are nearby. The rezoning request would go to a mixture of districts. It's currently in Wake County zoning, the Highway District, and R30, which requires a 30,000 square foot lot, to commercial mixed use in our code, a 3-story height limit and conditions, also residential mixed use, 4-story height limit with a parkway frontage and conditions, and R10 with conditions. The request is consistent with our comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission recommends approval. And if you want to do one, you got to do the other. So here you can see the extent of where the R10 is requested. It's largely on the northern portion of the site. The commercial mixed use is requested at the southwest corner at Forestville and Lewisburg, and then there's a residential mixed use on the southeast portion of the site. And there's a street plan requirement that we'll run through here. So development of the site will require development of the street plan. An aerial view, so you can see this is largely wooded now, and a couple of views from the street. There are a lot of conditions here. So the R10 portion on the west side of Forestville, development here is limited to about 2.2 dwelling units an acre, under 3 units an acre, a total of 26 units, and 18 of them have to be south of the stream on the property. It also limits single-family lots to requires that single-family lots be at least 5,500 square feet, and requires only detached houses. And there's a buffer on the western side of the property, which is adjacent to other residential development. For the CX portion of the property, there's a limit of total of 50,000 square feet development. A handful of uses are prohibited there: adult establishment, bar, nightclub, tavern, vehicle sales, rental, and repair. Also, detention center, jail, prison, light manufacturing, research and development, and lodging and storage are also prohibited uses in that commercial mixed use, which was the red area I showed you on the previous map. So we talked about this. We talked about the limits on R10. So then on the R10 portion on the east side of Forestville, this is, east side of Forestville, north of Lewisburg, there's some buffering requirements here. Development is limited to less than 5 units an acre. It's a total of 160 units. No apartments are allowed. The height there is limited to 2 stories and 40 feet. They're required to have a 20,000 square foot private amenity area and 30% open space requirement there as well, and a significant buffer. I have a map of that along the northern boundary where they're adjacent to single family and some other, just where they're adjacent to other properties. And then for the residential mixed use district, this is the southeastern portion along Lewisburg Road, a total of 224 units, limited to 10 units per acre, 10,000 square foot private amenity space, a multi-use path connection that connects the RX to the CX and also to the R10 areas, some setback buffering and fence along that northern property boundary, requires neighborhood transitions to be enforced, limited to residential use only, 35% open space of the area development for apartments, and 30% open space of other units developed on that portion of the property. And that's, again, the portion along Lewisburg on the southeast side. So, again, just a review of how the density works out across the site according to conditions. We talked a lot about how zoning has changed. This is largely consistent with the future land use map. The CX is not consistent with the future land use map, so a small amendment to the map would be required, but generally consistent with the future land use map, also with the urban form map, consistent with the plan overall. A couple of inconsistent policies here around location of growth and level of service. And again, a minor amendment to the future land use map would be required if you approve the annexation and the rezoning tonight. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing for the annexation and then the separate public hearing for the rezoning?
Councilmember Cox.
Yes, this is in my district, and I've spent a lot of time looking at this. The only concern I have is regarding transportation. According to the staff report, that we don't have the road infrastructure in this area to support what's being proposed. And I believe that Michael Moore and staff we're going to present some additional information tonight regarding that. And I was wondering if they're prepared to do so.
Absolutely. Jason Myers from the Office of Transportation Planning is here, and I'll turn over the podium to him.
Good evening. Jason Myers with the Department of Transportation for the city. The applicant provided a traffic impact analysis, which is required for this zoning case, given the amount of trip generation. And Councilmember Cox is correct that it identified that the impacts cannot be mitigated with the recommendations that were submitted. That does not mean that they couldn't be. And subsequent to my colleagues' review of the applicant's work, NCDOT had made their own recommendation on that traffic impact analysis, which was effectively to extend some planned NCDOT improvements closer to this site to implement what's known as a reduced conflict intersection, where the side streets on Lewisburg would not allow through traffic, and people wanting to cross would take a right and make a U-turn. And the benefit of that to US 401 and to Lewisburg Road is that there would be much simpler signal phasing and you'd be able to move a lot more traffic. And NCDOT appears to intend to do that at Mitchell Mill and Ligon Mill roads with the public project that's in right-of-way acquisition right now. What we didn't have for you in writing earlier today, Councilmember Cox, was NCDOT's estimation of the level of service impacts of that recommendation. And they sent me an email that basic back of the envelope would mean that it would meet our level of service standards in both the AM and the PM peak for both of those intersections, Leland Drive and Forestville Road, which were a concern in the traffic impact analysis. The specifics would be a level of service E in the AM on Leland, but the other two would be D, C, and C in the AM and the PM, better in the afternoon in this area. Does that answer your question?
Madam Mayor and Travis.
I'm not sure if we've lost Mr. Cox or not.
Councilman Cox texted me he lost internet. But I do know.
Here it comes. It came back. It came back.
Okay.
Okay.
We have him back now. Looks like.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. You all disappeared on me. So
do I need to repeat a part of
Travis? Can you start? Can you start the part with the letter?
Yeah, start from the beginning. Sorry.
It's okay. I will try to be a little bit more brief after I practice once. So the traffic impact analysis was provided by the applicant as required for this case. Staff, I did identify, as that analysis did, that there could be an issue with infrastructure sufficiency. And to our code policies, what that means is that we have to address that at site plan. NCDOT also reviewed the traffic impact analysis after we made our review of it, my colleagues in the City Department of Transportation, and they made some recommendations that they said they would require if there was a site plan, in line with this proposal. And those recommendations would convert Leland and Forestville roads into reduced conflict intersections is a technical term they mean, but basically another term for it is a Michigan left or a Florida left sometimes, where to go through, you take a right and a U-turn, and the same thing to take a left. The benefit of that to vehicle flow is that you can have much simpler signal phasing, move a lot more cars in the same amount of time. What we didn't have details on earlier today when Michael Moore sent you an email, Councilmember Cox, was an actual estimation of the impacts of that, and NCDOT provided me a very back-in-the-envelope result today, and that would be that the worst level of service would be in the AM peak at Leland Drive, and that would be an E, which meets our standard, meets the city standard for infrastructure sufficiency. In the PM peak, both intersections would be C and Forestville would be D, and that's compared to F in the AM peak of both of those intersections in I think the current condition and certainly in the build analysis. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But what does this mean for the development? If we approve this, does that mean any of the phases of development could be put on hold until those road improvements are made?
Yes, effectively, and they would potentially, the applicant would be required to make those improvements, and that's what NCDOT's position appears to be before they would approve their aspects of the site plan, is they would require these improvements to be made.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Knight.
Just have a legal process question. It says the language is a little different in the different pieces of this. If I'm reading the memo or the background material, if we approve the annexation, do we have to approve this rezoning request or just a rezoning request? They seem to be. I get that they're tied together, but does it have to be the actual rezoning request that they're proposing?
No, sir, it doesn't. But I would say if you're not inclined to approve this particular rezoning, that I would not recommend you approve the annexation. If if you were to deny the annexation or not approve it, they could resubmit again in conjunction with a different rezoning request. I think if you're not going to rezone, because it's outside the corporate limits and our ETJ, I think it would be, if you do annex, we have to apply city zoning within, I believe, 60 days. I think if you don't like what the applicant is proposing, would make more sense to deny both requests. Mr. Birch may have the applicant may have some thoughts on that. I doubt the applicant wants to pay tax on property if their rezoning is not going to be approved. So.
And I'm not saying I am. I'm just it's just trying to figure out the legal basis for having to do this rezoning if we decide to annex. But
well, you have to approve the annexation if you want to approve the rezoning, right? It's a terrible Venn diagram. Yeah.
A rezoning. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Do we have any other questions?
No, that was my major concern.
All right, then I am going to open the hearing. Michael Birch is the only person who signed up to speak in support. Michael, are you on the line? This is the hearing for the annexation.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, Michael Birch, here on behalf of the property owners and applicants. I will just reserve all my comments for the rezoning public hearing, unless there are any questions.
Are there any questions for Michael? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
So I'm assuming I'm making a motion just for the annexation at this time.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the annexation.
Do we have a second? I think I saw 3 hands go up at once. I will pick on Councilmember Knight. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Let's see. Did I close the hearing? Okay, close the hearing. All legit there. The next is the rezoning for Z3420 Lewisburg Road. I'm opening the hearing on that. Michael, you said you would reserve your comments for this, so you have 8 minutes, but you don't have to use all 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Michael Birch, Lone Leaf Law Partners, here on behalf of the property owners. Thanks to Bynum for doing a great job on the presentation. We have been working on this case for over a year with extensive communication meetings, both with our adjoining property owners to the north and east, as well as those folks in Highland Creek to our west. Just a significant amount of work crafting these conditions. I think just by looking at them, you can tell how much time, effort, and detail went into providing these substantial buffers and open space and private community amenities and walking trails, et cetera, over the life of this rezoning case. I will touch briefly on the transportation issue that Councilor Cox raised, and appreciate Jason's comments as well. So I think as Jason mentioned, there's a level of service F today at both of those intersections, Lewisburg and Leland, and Lewisburg and Forestville. We are adding some delay to those in the morning, but we are also making significant transportation improvements. We are adding a lane northbound on Forestville Road for about 2,000 feet, and about 1,000 feet of a new lane southbound on Forestville Road, providing a left-hand turn lane off of Lewisburg onto Forestville, as well as a signal at Hartham Park in Forestville, which is something that the Highland Creek residents, made a significant note of that is needed today in their mind. And so, and you also saw that kind of street plan that shows that future street connection, east-west through this property that will provide a kind of an alternate east-west route other than just Lewisburg Road. So the development of this property is important from an infrastructure standpoint. We are providing a great range of housing variety in terms of single-family townhomes, 4-story apartments, which do not really exist in this area, so kind of a higher level there, as well as some commercial, which is also, we heard, is needed, particularly on the inbound side of Forestville Road. And I will note that the city's ordinance does provide kind of a catch at the site plan stage that if we can't provide that mitigation in an appropriate way, that development will be limited. I will note that the traffic impact analysis was run using very high trip generating uses for the commercial. And so at the site plan stage, we may come in with something, significantly less. And then there will be a discussion about recommended improvements there as well. But I think you also heard that NCDOT controls these roads, so we'll have to go through the driveway permit process, and that is where they are able to require those improvements that Jason discussed. So again, consistent with the city's future land use map, consistent with the comprehensive plan, we think reasonable and in the public interest for all of the significant buffering, transitions, and additional housing supply and variety and transportation improvements. So here to answer any questions the council may have.
Do we have any questions of Michael?
No.
Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Branch, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have annexation 4020, 4100, and 4112 Holden Road.
Yes, ma'am. And like the previous annexation and rezoning, we have another pair. This property is a little bit different. It's smaller, and also it's already within the ETJ. So annexation is not required for the rezoning to be applied, but they're rezoning to facilitate development, and they would also need city water and sewer, which is why they're pursuing annexation concurrently. Water lines present to the west, sewer service accessible from the south. And then the rezoning request is going from AP, which is our agricultural production area, to R10 with conditions. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Here's a view of the site. We're on the south side of Lewisburg Road here. So this is the southwest quadrant of Forestville and Lewisburg. We were previously in the northeast quadrant. A couple of views of the site. So the conditions here limit the number of dwelling units to 106. It prohibits townhouse and apartment building. requires a 10-foot protective yard along the southern boundary and along a small portion of the western boundary, and also requires additional stormwater runoff control for the 25-year storm event. So what's changing here is really just the residential density, and then also the setbacks are changing. The AP district has very gracious setbacks. It's just a very different kind of district. This is consistent with the future land use map. It is consistent with the plan overall, although there are a couple of inconsistent policies here, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the annexation public hearing and then the rezoning public hearing?
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Knight.
Can you go back to the panel with the conditions on it, please?
Of course. We'll pull that back up. There we go.
I was just wondering the rationale for number 2, prohibiting townhouse and apartment type buildings.
I think that would be a great question for the applicant.
Okay, great. I will save that for them. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. This is for the annexation. Again, nobody has signed up to speak in opposition. I have 4 people who are there in support: Collier Marsh, Ryan Akers, Nate Bulku, and Charlie Yoakley. Is there somebody specific who will be speaking on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening, Mayor Baldwin. This is Collier Marsh. I'm with Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street on behalf of the applicant. I'll take the lead for our team here. I'd like to do it in the reverse order that Mr. Birch just did it, and address both the annexation and the rezoning together, as we'd like to have them considered together. And so we think it makes sense to have my presentation first. Is that okay?
City Attorney, is that okay?
I don't think there's really a problem with it. Just realizing that, his comments, Michael did his annexation and zoning with the zoning, and Collier wants to do it backwards, but just understanding that you would consider the part of his presentation that applies to the annexation on that vote and the rezoning on that vote.
Okay. All right. Could we set the timer, please, to 8 minutes? Okay, Collier.
Thank you. And I do have a presentation. The request involves 3 parcels on Holden Road. Bynum did a great job of summarizing the next slide, please. Summarizing this request. So I'll just hit a couple of the high notes on it. The site total is about 32 acres, and it's outside the city limits. But although it's 32 acres, we really view this as an infill site. As you can see, to the west, to the north, and to the south, there are existing single-family neighborhoods. And so our proposal is a continuation of the existing single-family neighborhoods connecting to the existing utilities in the area. Next slide, please. So our request is for an R10 CU district, and it's overall consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the low-density residential designation, which is of the future land use map, which considers primarily R2, R4, and R6 zoning designations, as well as comparable densities. And so the conditions that we've included in this proposal are what help to make our R10 district consistent with that low-density residential designation. We're consistent with numerous comprehensive plan policies listed on this slide, the most important of which relate to the compatibility of the proposal with the existing single-family neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So as I said, the R10 CU request becomes consistent with nearby R4 and R6 rezonings through our conditions, and the first one gets right to the point. We've conditioned a maximum of 106 dwelling units, which is the equivalent of 3.28 units per acre. So as a result, we're actually proposing lower density development than the neighboring properties. Now, our second condition, which is what Councilmember Knight had a question on, prohibits townhome and apartment building types. And what that gets to is the only permitted building type is single family dwelling units. And so what, again, we're trying to show here with those conditions is we're proposing a single family development of a maximum of 106 units, and that's compatible with those surrounding single family neighborhoods. So that was the intent behind that second condition. Condition 3 through 5 address the neighborhood feedback that we received during this rezoning process. Condition 3 requires a 10-foot protective yard along portions of the southern property line with plantings that mimic the type A protective yard requirements of the UDO. Similarly, condition 4 requires the same protective yard on a portion of the western property line. Finally, condition 5 requires enhanced stormwater controls for the 25-year storm. We didn't have any, we're not aware of any documented flooding in the area, but it was raised as a general concern during the rezoning process, so we included that condition. Next slide, please. And this last slide just shows the location of those buffers that are included in conditions. And so as you see, there's a large portion of the southern property line that has the buffer, then a break as you head west, and then moving north again, the buffers again. And the reason behind those buffer locations is because by operation of the UDO, we're required to have 10% tree conservation area with a 32-acre site that results in 3.28 acres of tree conservation, and it's not a very wooded site, so that southwest corner is the initial location for tree conservation. Then as you move north along that western property line, we see the street stub to Shadbush Street. Moving north from there, that is where we anticipate the 25-year stormwater controls, as well as additional tree conservation at that northern edge. So our request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the surrounding neighborhoods. And we respectfully request that you vote to approve our annexation petition and then our rezoning application.
Okay, do we have any questions of the applicant? Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Do you have a question, Councilmember Knight, or?
Yes, I do. So thanks for that presentation, Collier. And I guess it wasn't the intent behind it, but it was the rationale, because, you know, it just gives me discomfort when we have such a large piece of property and there's no mixed use on this piece of property, especially where it is going to be located on the edges of our city. And, you know, I'm not going to oppose this, but I think we all got to be thinking more creatively about density and housing, because this is the epitome of sprawl. And this is what we're all talking what we're against. And I apologize that I'm using y'all for this, but I think it's more about us as a council and the direction of the city. I just don't think this is a great use of land with no mixed use in this project. So I'll stop there, and I'm not going to oppose it, but I think we've got to all keep this in mind as we're doing these projects, especially on the outskirts on the edges of our city, so that we grow wisely and sustainably. Thank you.
Councilmember Knight, when the question you had was a question I had. So probably thinking that same thing. There's nothing really walkable here, which is concerning, and it's a mindset. Having said that, I have closed the hearing for the annexation. Councilmember Cox.
This is in District B, and so I'd like to make a motion to approve the annexation.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch. Okay. All in favor? I reluctantly raised my hand, but anyhow, that is unanimous. Next, we'll have the rezoning for this area. I'm going to open the hearing. Collier, is there anything else you would like to say?
Nothing further at this time, but we do appreciate the comments on sprawl, and we've attempted to address neighborhood concerns that we've heard in the rezoning process, but it's helpful to hear that from our council members, and we'll be sure to incorporate it in future requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. And I want to add that, and this isn't part of my motion, but I do want to add a comment that recent reports indicate that the greatest demand in Raleigh for housing is for single-family homes, and this is going to help meet that demand. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have high density at the very outskirts of the city where there is no transit. And so I personally have no problem with this proposed development. So that's my motion. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Branch has seconded. I just want to say, Councilor Cox, we are a council, we have different opinions, and, respectfully respect those. So anyhow, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposition? Okay, that passes unanimously as well. Next, we have rezoning Z23, 220 East Morgan Street.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matthew Klim, Planning and Development. So this is a request to rezone under an acre from DX7 to DX40, both with urban general frontage and zoning conditions. Your Planning Commission recommended approval 8-0. The RHDC voiced their approval for the case if it had a building height of 12 stories. Number of zoning conditions here prohibiting uses. There's a zoning condition that limits height to 30 stories. There's a maximum office square footage of 150,000 square feet provided in the conditions. Some specificity of permitted cladding materials, and conditions 5 and 6 regarding parking deck screening and light spillage. This is the site located in downtown at the intersection of Person and Morgan Street. It is a parking lot currently behind the Marbles Children's Museum. A view from Person Street and a view from Morgan Street. This is the change in entitlement you're considering this evening. So an increase in residential unit intensity and increase in office square footage and a minor increase in retail square footage. Consistent with the Central Business District designation on the future land use map. Consistent with the urban form map of core transit area and the downtown center. And a number of consistent policies. Again, Planning Commission recommends approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Quick question. This is also on our BRT line?
Correct. There is a planned BRT, I believe it to be an outbound station on Morgan Street in very close proximity to this parcel. Otherwise, the parcel is within a 5-minute walk of Go Raleigh Station, which serves every local and regional transit route that goes through downtown.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Okay, then I will open the public hearing. I have one person signed up in opposition. So that is Helen Tart. And then support is Mac Paul and Gordon Smith. So what I would like to ask, sorry, we're having doggy issues over here. I had a mute for a second. If we could have Mac provide some guidance, do you want to do a presentation? How would you like to use your time?
I don't really have a presentation. I am available to answer questions, and I can hit a few of the highlights if you would like.
Okay. Why don't you give a brief remark? The timer is set at 8 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Mayor, Council members, Mac Paul, on behalf of Blunt Hourly Parking Service, LLC, which owns the parking lot, which is Gordon Smith and his wife, Beverly. Just as background, you may know of Gordon through his efforts over many years to originally bring Explorus, which became Marbles and Explorus Middle School and Moore Square Middle School and a number of other institutions to the Moore Square area. This property was acquired by him at the bequest of Wake County to help bring IMAX. So it was part of the larger tract originally. IMAX was built, it was split off, and it's been used as a surface parking lot since that time. Gordon is at a point in his life now where he owns some properties through these efforts over the years and is looking to redevelop them and position them for disposition. He's had a lot of interest in this property for office, multifamily, and hotel. With the pandemic, we're just taking it through the rezoning to try to make it consistent with the plan for the city. And you've heard the highlights from staff. It is very walkable, and I think some of the neighbors who've reached out to support it echo the comments by Councilor Knight. This is a fairly dead area of the city. It would bring an active use to the ground level and kind of hearken to what we might see as the BRT is coming. And this is on an axial street, which calls for the greatest heights in downtown. You just haven't seen it yet, but the city owns the block to the east of Moore Square, which it was remapped to 20 stories a few years back. And certainly the federal courthouse block could redevelop at some point. So those are the highlights. Happy to answer any questions. And we've been, working, communicating with Wake County and Marbles as they're kind of looking at their future on the rest of the block.
Okay. We will now go to the opposition. There's 5.54 minutes left. Helen Tart has signed up to speak.
Hi, Helen Tart, 611 Monroe Drive. This site is the perfect opportunity for permanent affordable housing. If the applicant is not willing to dedicate some of the extra floors they would receive in the rezoning to affordable housing, please simply refuse to rezone and then use some of the affordable housing bond to buy the lot. The city could put affordable housing on all 20 or 30 floors. The tax value of this lot is just shy of $6 million. The property was purchased in 1997 for $55,000. In 24 years, the taxes were probably about $1 million. So if you just gave them $5 million, they would still net $4 million. Not a bad return on the investment for Gordon and Beverly Smith. Please read the statement from me in your council packet for more info. I knew I wouldn't have very much time during the meeting, so I sent you a comment on Z2320. But I would encourage you to not approve this rezoning until there is some affordable housing included in it, especially since it is on the bus rapid transit and so close to the other transit facilities. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments of the applicant? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Thank you, Mayor. This is actually a question for our attorney, because I believe what we were just asked to do by the opposition is illegal, and I just want to make sure that that's on the record. We cannot deny this request because there's no affordable housing in it.
The applicant can voluntarily offer a condition and this council can agree to it. If that is the sole reason, then that could be legally problematic.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Branch.
Since there was some time, could the applicant speak to their thoughts of what they would like to do with this property? Or if they have any idea? Because I sensed they did not have an idea of actually what they wanted to do. So I just want to be sure I was clear.
Thanks, Councilor Branch. And Gordon Smith may want to elaborate. Before the pandemic, there was a tremendous interest in hotel use, which would be very compatible with the museum there, along with some public parking to accommodate people visiting. With the pandemic, as you might suspect, the financing for hotels has just kind of fallen off a cliff for the time being. So the property would be positioned where in the future it could be a hotel use, but right now most of the interest has been for multifamily and office. So those are the three primary uses you would see come to this location.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Branch?
Yes, Mayor, this is actually within my district, and I know Mr. Smith and his work with the New Bern Avenue Corridor Alliance, and they've had multiple conversations along this stretch, even though it says Morgan Street is really the beginning of New Bern Avenue going east. So with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda items under recommended action.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Melton has seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z4320 Trailwood Drive.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. This is a request to rezone 11 1/3 acre from a planned development district, the Lakewood PD, to an R10 district with zoning conditions. The Planning Commission had a split vote of approval, 5-2, and one of those two dissenting votes went on record saying they voted in opposition for unknown environmental impacts of the forthcoming development. This is the subject site here, located south of Avon Ferry Road off Trailwood Drive. That major intersection you see on the left side of the screen is the Avon Ferry Road and Gorman Street intersection. The dashed green line is the Walnut Creek Greenway that goes through the property. A view from the site on Trailwood. This is a little farther north on Trailwood, looking to the south at the new bridge crossing there, and you can also see the greenway running from left to right. Number of zoning conditions here, limiting maximum density to 75 total units or 6.7 units per acre. 50% open space set aside. Sorry for the typo there. And a construction of a 6-foot sidewalk connection to connect to the greenway, which is on site. 20-foot wide undisturbed buffer and 100-foot building setback to the property to the south. Offering of 35% maximum impervious surface on the site, and limitations to lot coverage in the floodway fringe. Changing an entitlement here, currently the zoning allows for 12 detached houses. The request is for 75, a maximum of 75 units in the apartment type building. And you can see changes to the setbacks as well. Note the 100-foot building setback to the south. Consistent with the low density residential designation on the future land use map, consistent with a number of comprehensive plan policies. Again, recommendation from the Planning Commission for approval here, citing these specific policies. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have questions of staff? Okay. We have a number of people who have signed up to speak. They will each have 8 minutes per side. In support is Isabel Maddox. We'll ask the applicant to address us first.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Isabel Maddox, P.O. Box 946, Raleigh 27602, here on behalf of Capital Associates and Fuller Land Development, the co-developers. And I want to introduce our development team on the line tonight. Tom Huff of Capital Associates, Jim Anderson and Lauren Mattis of Fuller Land Development, Don Curry, our civil engineer, and Reinald Stevenson, our traffic engineer. If you could pull up the presentation, please. So Exhibit 1, next slide, shows the general location at Avent Ferry and Trailwood. We propose, actually, we've agreed to reduce our density even lower than the 75 to 65. These will be 1 and 2 bedroom apartments marketed to professionals, faculty, staff, graduate students, not the student housing model, will not be marketed to undergraduate students. We believe this is a great location for smart growth, higher density, and location with a greenway running through it, as you can see on Exhibit 2. Next slide. Lots of open space, easy walk to both Go Raleigh and Wolf Line, which are on the corner of Avent Ferry and Trailwood, very close to Centennial Campus, restaurants, grocery, pharmacy. And you can see on the next slide, it abuts both RX and OX zoning to the north. Can you go to the next slide, please? So you have the mixed use zoning all to the north and northwest, and then just across the street, you have R10 zoning, where another moderate density apartment development is under construction. And I did want to make a comment about that. This R10 development on the east side of Trailwood is being developed by the same developer who's bringing the zoning case. This is a 12-acre site, over 12 acres, and over 5 acres is being preserved in its natural state. There has been some clearing, as in all developments, and it does not look very pretty right now. A few weeks ago, there was a major rain event, and there were some upstream issues. There's been a perception that there was flooding, and the Trailwood project contributed to that flooding. And the flooding was really the result of heavy rains and the release by the city of water from Lake Johnson. This was not caused by Trailwood 1 project. And in fact, we've had a report as recently as March 12th confirming full compliance with city stormwater regulations. Continuing on this case, this is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map and compatible with the neighborhood. We do recognize the environmental issues in the single family residential neighborhood, and we provided a number of conditions to be protective. One, we're providing a connector to the Greenway Trail. We have an open space commitment of 50%, almost 6 acres, maximum impervious of 35%, condition restricting development in the floodplain, an undisturbed buffer adjacent to the single family residential, and a building setback of 100 feet from single family residential. Since the last PC meeting, which was actually 2 months ago, we've agreed to make a number of new changes. We've agreed to decrease residential density to 65 dwelling units. That's really a 35% reduction from where we started at 101. We've agreed to make at least 75% of the open space undisturbed. And with input from the Beards, who are the 1 single family residents we abut just to the south, that lot marked R4 just under this marked site. We have come up with a better buffer, I think, for them. And if you'll go to the next slide, I'll take you through a couple of graphics. We go to the next slide, please. There we have a view from Trailwood. You'll see, if the far left, you'll see undisturbed buffer trees on the far left, followed by planted landscape trees, followed by street trees with the buildings in the background. And then the majority of all the street frontage on the entire site will continue to be populated by existing tall trees. So when you drive down Trailwood, it will not look that different than how it looks currently. Next slide, please. So moving left to right on this slide, you see the Beard House on the far left. There are a lot of existing tall trees there, including those in the undisturbed buffer. Next, you'll see additional plantings adjacent to the undisturbed buffer on the 2 levels of a 2-tiered retaining wall. Then you'll get to the ground level of the project where you see the building and its height relative to the Beard House. And you can see that the apartment building does not in any way dwarf the Beard House because you have the difference in grade and the great separation. In the next slide, please, you'll see a detail of what that buffer, we're projecting that buffer to be, and we're going to supply a condition to lock that in. There'll be 3 zones of plantings. Zone 1 will be a 20-foot undisturbed buffer. Zone 2 is a 10-foot average planted evergreen tree, 6 to 8 feet tall at planting. And zone 3 would be a 20-foot plus average with evergreen shrubs and 6-foot tall trees at planting. That would be on top along the retaining wall. So you have a total of 50 feet average wide green buffer between the Beards and our parking lot. So moving on, there is a single family subdivision, which is an improved plan that could be built tomorrow, which would propose, and this is next slide, please, would propose 12 single family homes in a cul-de-sac to be constructed on this property. We've done an analysis of the environmental impacts. Our plan compares very favorably. We have more committed open space, we have triple the building setback, and we provide a robust planted buffer where they provide none next to the residential. And we think this will be approximately the same amount of land disturbance, but we're serving 65 households versus only 12. And these 12 will probably be $1 million big mansions. And we believe 65 apartments is a far more efficient use of the natural resources. We've also looked at townhouses. We know you had another case on trail with townhouses, and that may be appropriate in their location. But for this location on the edge of the neighborhood in much closer proximity to transit and amenities, we feel like apartments is a better use of resources. Our preliminary analysis indicates that if we tried to do townhouses here, it would yield only 22 towns, which is not enough density to take advantage of the many walkable amenities. And with the land price and the $500,000 required road improvement, townhouses in this location would be prohibitively expensive. We have had 5 neighbor meetings, and the neighbors have expressed that they oppose apartments and have concerns about stormwater and traffic. But staff and our engineers have found no downstream stormwater impacts. And on traffic, if you'll pull up the next slide, please, next slide, please, and then go one more. We'll get to the trip generation. You'll see that the additional trips are for 26 a.m. and 30 peak, and that's with 75 units, so it would go down a little bit more. That's 1 car every 2+ minutes. It's not a significant increase in traffic. We feel like we had a strong response to the neighbor objections. We don't agree that apartments are a bad thing. We think an attractive, modern apartment will raise the bar, multifamily bar in this area. If you move to the next slide, you can see our elevations. We are offering undisturbed buffer, additional plantings, and we don't think we have impacts from stormwater or traffic. And so in sum, we'll have public benefits. We're consistent with the future land use and the comprehensive plan. We add housing diversity. We think it's more inclusive to more people in our community, not just 22 people who can afford a $600,000 townhouse or $1 million mansion. It gives people in different income brackets a chance to live in this area, provides 65 dwellings with no tear downs or displacement. It's walkable to Greenway Transit, Centennial Campus, grocery, pharmacy, restaurants, supports the equity concept of more density close to transit, protects the floodplain. We will add a road widening improvement for over 800 feet of Trailwood Drive at a cost of over $500,000. We would request input from council, and the council hold this case for 2 weeks so that we can submit our revised conditions. Our team members are available for questions, and I'd like to reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, next we will hear from those who have signed up in opposition. There will be 8 minutes if we could set the timer. So we have 4 people who have signed up to speak. Please decide how you'd like to divvy up that time, whether it's 2 minutes each, whether you have a spokesperson who would like to speak, but the 4 speakers are James Gilliam, Tom Kwok, Patricia Beach, and Rebecca Hall. So I will call on James Gilliam first. He's first on the list, but y'all decide how you would like to proceed.
I'm ready.
Okay, James.
I'm James Gilliam. I live across the street from that. My land is zoned R2, not R2.
Everybody name and address, please.
1129 Trailwood Drive. That's just across the street from the, immediately across the street from the proposed rezoning. My home has a conservation overlay. The land requested for zoning is listed as 11 acres, but it is only 4 of them are developable. 7 of them are in the wetland. So, in effect, the zoning turns out to be R15. Even the 60 units that she talked about is only going to be on 4 acres. Now, I have lived in Southwest Raleigh for 56 years. During all of this time, my wife and I have been involved in activities designed to improve the quality of life for families living there. I've been a Boy Scout leader. My wife's a Girl Scout leader. I've been a Little League baseball coach. She has served on the Raleigh Board of Adjustment. I was the first chair of the West Raleigh CAC, and I've made presentations to dozens of city council members. All of this is designed to improve the quality of life in West Raleigh. During this time, I have worked with several city planners who have been very knowledgeable, and I learned from them. One thing I learned well is high density zoning adjacent to low density zoning is very bad zoning. It's not compatible. For example, the R1015 that adjacent to R2 with conservation overlay is bad. This is especially true when there's students in the high density. Students are generally wonderful people who are great to work with, and I've worked with them for 50 years at NC State University, but their lifestyle is greatly different from family lifestyle. Students are up and about many hours later than families with children or old people who like to be asleep before the wee hours of the morning when the students are really getting started. A city planner worked well with 50 or so families that are in the Trailwood community, and we downzoned the large majority of Trailwood community from R4 to R2 about 15 years ago. The planner's idea was that the future leaders in Raleigh would never allow high-density zoning to come in and destroy the beautiful trees in the neighborhood and to harm the quality of water in Walnut Creek and Lake Raleigh. I might note that the latter things are very important in the Raleigh United Development Orders to conserve beauty and natural resources. There is zero support in the Trailwood community for this rezoning. For these reasons, I request you to deny the rezoning.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Kwok.
I have a presentation, Madam Mayor. I'm Tom Kwok from 1333 Trailwood Drive in Raleigh. And on November 12th, we experienced a common storm, after which the city stormwater engineer inspected the site at 921 Trailwood Drive that the same developer is developing and found that the flooding overwhelmed sediment and erosion control measures, rendering them ineffective. And he cited the same developer out of compliance. Next slide, please. Here are a few photos of that. It's a 2-year flood that happens every other year. And basically all stormwater, all erosion control, all sediment control failed on this property. It's on Walnut Creek, just downstream of the proposed site. Next slide, please. This is the applicant's approach to when they encounter a hillside. They remove it. They do not build into the hillside or on the hillside, but remove all the soil and structure. The site at 1000 Trailwood Drive is even steeper with erodible hills covered with mature hardwood forest and wetlands below. Next slide, please. This is aerial views of Lake Raleigh showing that in 14 years, irresponsible development along Walnut Creek has filled the upper basin of the lake with sediment pollution. Approving this request will hasten and further destruction of our public aquatic resources. Next slide. Wake County is studying increasing sewer and water taxes to repair this kind of damage to Walnut Creek and Crabtree Creek. Approving this case amounts to a public subsidy to a wealthy private development corporation for their project. Next slide, please. To conclude, it's not possible, and it's clear that it's not possible to develop this parcel at 1000 Trailwood Drive at the proposed density without unacceptable environmental damage to Walnut Creek, Lake Raleigh, and the Raleigh Greenway. And we respectfully urge you to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next, we have Patricia Beach.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Patricia Beach, 1209 Trailwood Drive, which is located within 500 feet of the subject property. In 1999, the Trailwood community, with support and encouragement from city staff, obtained council approval to downzone our properties from R4 to R2 with conservation overlay. The primary reason for the downzoning was to protect our community from development of multi-story student housing, and we were hopeful to no longer be targeted by investors seeking properties for higher density development. Tonight, we are talking about rezoning a site from R4 to R10. In 2006, the Trailwood property owners negotiated in good faith with the landowner and supported a planned development of 12 single-family homes on this property. The development, called the New American Home, was planned for LEED certified green homes built on the hillside, not removing it, with each home designed by a different architect. Zoning remained at R4 with PPD as a result of these negotiations. This development was not initiated because the current landowner passed away. Under the current rezoning request, the developer is seeking R10 zoning, approval of which is unfair to the Beard and the Totten families who purchased adjacent properties with the expectation of R4 zoning on the neighboring parcels. The same is true for the Wanamaker family who recently purchased a bakery property across Trailwood Drive to build a home. Approving higher density, specifically R10 to R15, is unfair to the Trailwood community. Council's decision regarding the rezoning case affects individual lives in a major way. Raleigh citizens should be able to trust our government to honor previous good faith agreements. A proposed compromise development of townhomes or duplexes was rejected by this developer, but is the only fair transitional zoning for the current residents. We are not opposed to development, but we are opposed to inappropriate development. On behalf of the entire community, Trailwood community, I ask that you deny Z 4320. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have 40 seconds left on the timer. We have Rebecca Hall.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, good evening. My name is Rebecca Hall. I live at 1632 Crump Road near the fire station 20 on Trailwood, which, by the way, the fire truck uses Trailwood multiple times a day, and any increase in traffic would slow their response time. Trailwood has become a very congested road in the past few years due to other developments in the area. Trailwood was never designed to handle this much traffic. It is narrow, curvy, and has steep hills. The entrance to this development would be at the bottom of one of these hills. The greenway crossing is also right there, and this creates very hazardous conditions for pedestrians crossing the greenway, as well as the residents in the area. The Department of Transportation has no new improvements scheduled for Trailwood until 2045.
Rebecca, time has run out. Do you still have additional information you would like to present to us?
I have about a minute left, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to add a minute for each side. So minute for Rebecca, I will add a minute to the applicant. And so Rebecca, if you would like to continue.
Okay, thank you. Not only would slower fire truck response times and dangerous traffic be exacerbated, but flooding would continue to get worse in the years to come, especially as we pour concrete on the banks along Walnut Creek. Avent Ferry already floods during rain events. A flashing light has recently been installed on Avent Ferry, warning of deep water. As we continue to displace the water on Walnut Creek and its banks, it will flow into Avent Ferry Road and potentially make it impassable. There is greater liability when one builds near a waterway because of flooding, with buildings being undermined due to shifting soil in the area along Walnut Creek, and greater likelihood of loss of life or property due to more people living near a place that could experience flash flooding. I'm asking you to protect the city and its most fragile ecosystems by not approving the building of large apartments along Walnut Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, with the applicant, Isabel, is there any additional?
Yes.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. First, in response to Mr. Gilliam, this is not high density beside low density. This is low density besides low density. Also, on this approved single family plan, the neighbors have this belief that there was this really sensitive development that was conditioned. In fact, that plan that was approved in 2016 or 17, which is the current approved plan, would envision taking down the whole hillside. It would not be a sensitive development on the hillside as they imagine. I'd also like to call on Tom Huff to speak to Mr. Kwok's comments about the stormwater event in November. Tom Huff.
Yes, good evening. Just a couple of comments. We take stormwater and flooding and all that stuff very seriously. Please understand that. Our engineer designed our stormwater ponds and our sediment fencing and diversion ditches and so forth. And the city reviewed it very carefully and approved it. When the November storm hit,
I'm sorry, we've run out of time. And yes, so we've run out of time. And I think I'm going to have to ask the applicant to, well, first off, if there's no objections, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Can I say one thing, Mayor? Excuse me.
It depends.
I just want to ask a procedural question. What we would like to ask for now is that you close the hearing and bring this case back in 2 weeks so we have an opportunity to submit our revised conditions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I will close the hearing. Any objection to holding this for 2 weeks and letting the applicant submit additional conditions? Councilmember Stewart.
I don't have an objection, but I do have a question, and I feel like now's the appropriate time given we just closed the public comment or public hearing. And it actually is to hear from the applicant more on the stormwater event that happened. It's one of my biggest concerns about this case is what actually happened across the street, given it's the same developer. And so if we can allow a clearer answer to what happened during that rain event and how they're going to prevent it at this next site.
Okay. And that would be Tom Huff.
Thank you. So we designed our stormwater system, and it was carefully reviewed and approved by the city. So we did what we were supposed to do. When the storm started to come, we actually had a consultant on site, and this was a day or two before the storm hit, and the water in the creek was rising and coming out of its banks. And he was wondering, what is going on? So he went up and discovered that they were letting water out of Lake Johnson. I guess that was precautionary because they didn't want Lake Johnson to overflow if we had a terrible storm. But the flooding that occurred was in the floodplain. I mean, that's what the floodplain's for. The water that hit our stuff and hit our site was coming from upstream, and it wasn't caused by us. We're only, I guess we're just under 7 acres of disturbed land at that site. And the area of the drainage basin is about 5,100 acres. So we're 7 acres, it's 5,000 acres. Any water that comes off our site is basically immaterial. You can't measure it. It's literally a drop in a bucket. But yes, after that event, the floodwaters did some damage to our storm pond and to our fencing. And so the inspector made a list, and we fixed all that stuff in the time frame that they asked us to do. We took it very seriously and fixed all that, and always do. We've not had any erosion that I'm aware of below our construction site. We did have a little bit of sediment deposited there, and the inspector asked us to remove that, which we did. I mean, we try to do everything right and even better. It's just the way we operate.
Is the engineer available to speak to this issue?
Madam Mayor, is that are you asking for stormwater staff?
Well, if stormwater staff is there and can speak to this, yes, I'd like to hear from them.
Of course, Ben Brown. Good evening. Regarding the event that they spoke of in November, they did fix everything as we asked. The only thing that I would initially take issue with is that the releasing of waters from Lake Johnson caused any flooding on their site. We were essentially releasing water out of Lake Johnson for more flood storage to protect downstream. We were not flooding out downstream properties with the release from Lake Johnson.
Then can you offer an explanation?
As far as this site, I mean, their erosion control devices are located in the floodplain for this particular active construction site, which is allowed by code. So when the flooding got high during that event, it did overwhelm their measures, like they said, with the flooding coming from the rest of the drainage basin. The current site that's up for rezoning is proposing to keep everything out of the floodplain, which should alleviate that issue moving forward with this site.
Okay. Do we have any additional questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brown. One question I have is also about this site next door. Is that project done by right, or was that also a rezoning? And I'm not expecting Mr. Brown to know that question yet, that answer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Give me just a minute to look at the zoning map, and we can let you know when it was rezoned. Just 1 second.
Thank you. If that's a question that might take some time, I'm happy to get the answer offline if we're going to hold this for 2 weeks.
Okay, we will be holding this for 2 weeks, so why don't we ask staff to send us this information in the manager's report? So we all have it.
Hey, thank you for your patience. Yeah, the site was developed by right. There's not a recent rezoning case on that property to produce the apartment building.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we'll wait to hear what the conditions are and bring this back in 2 weeks. Okay, next we have rezoning Z4620, Creedmoor Road. No one has signed up to speak in opposition.
I'm back. This is a request to rezone 2.39 acres from R4 to CX3 with conditions. It is consistent with the future land use map, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. This is on the east side of Creedmoor, opposite Jeffries Grove School. We're just south of Lynn Road here. A couple of views of the site from the street. There are a handful of conditions here. So they have limited allowed uses to office, medical, and self-storage. So they're essentially prohibiting housing. And limited the total square footage for medical and office uses, and then also provided some conditions around site lighting. So what's changing here is that the residential entitlement is being removed in favor of commercial use, office use, or self-storage. It is consistent with the future land use map. It is consistent with the plan overall, although it is inconsistent with the zoning for housing policy. Again, the Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you open the public hearing.
Do we have any questions for Bynum? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. We have Laura Good and Amber Farley who have signed up to speak in support. I take it you're speaking for the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Laura Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Yes, I'm Laura Good. I'm with Parker Poe, and I do represent the applicant. My business address is 301 Fayetteville Street. And Amber Fairley is with B&F Consulting, the site plan and engineer for the development, and also here to answer questions.
Okay. Does anybody have questions of the applicant? Okay, if you don't object, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Okay, do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that passes unanimously. Next, we have rezoning Z4820 South Bloodworth Street.
Miss Walter, you're muted.
Great, thank you. Again, so this is a request to rezone a handful of lots that are just over a half acre on Bloodworth Street from a variety of districts, all to RX3 Urban Limited with conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends a denial by a split vote, and the RHDC provisionally recommends approval, also a split vote. So this is east of Fayetteville Street, just east of downtown. the conditions here are limiting materials for exterior siding, making some provisions about documentation and potentially provision to allow for relocation of structure if another party is willing to take that action. This is some views of the site that you can see from Bloodworth. And so what's changing here is that the residential density is increasing, the units per acre is increasing the total number of units, and then the office and retail square footage are both reducing. Remember, this existing zoning is a mix of districts that would allow more commercial use than the residential mixed use would allow. That would allow commercial at the ground floor corner unit at the intersection of two public streets. This site could meet those qualifications, so there could be some limited commercial use here. It is consistent with the central business district designation on the future land use map. The frontage offered is consistent with the urban form map designations, and it is consistent with a number of policies. There are a handful of preservation policies that are not being that it's not consistent with. While they have made provisions for documentation and potential relocation, they're not actually preserving the structures on the site. Also inconsistent with a couple of area plan policies as well as a housing preservation policy. Planning Commission recommends denial, and the RHD recommends approval, provided that material in new construction is not predominantly metal, terracotta, or glass, and they have provided condition to address that. The applicant has. Similarly, the documentation condition addresses the second condition or the second request of the Historic Development Commission. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
What questions do we have of staff? Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand the slide correctly. So presently under current entitlement, the owner can build 11 residential units on these lots. Is that what it said? The entitlement was 11 currently?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And by right, they can build 11 units already, and they could include commercial on at least the corner part.
That's exactly right.
Without asking council for any conditions or any rezoning approval.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Branch.
Yeah, I just want to briefly address that, and hopefully the applicant will as well. They can do 11 units now, but my understanding from talking to this applicant, those units can only be single family homes, and the product they want to do is a townhome. So that's why they are having to go through the rezoning case, because there is a condition that will not allow anything but single family homes at this time. So, but hopefully the applicant will speak to that. But that's the information I was given previously.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, I am then going to open the hearing. I have 4 people who have signed up to speak in support. Tom Johnson is the attorney, I believe, for the applicant. We have Food David Tron, who signed up to speak, Paul for Dalkowitz, and Megan Watts, in addition to Tom. I don't know if this is part of your project team or not, but Tom, I'll look for some guidance from you.
They're not part of my project team. They're just area residents to speak in favor of the request. In terms of my project team, I have Robbie Lawson and Bob Lawson, who are the property owners, available to speak if they need to. And if you could pull up the presentation that I have, I'll go through that, and I do want to make sure that those who want to speak in favor can speak, so I'll be brief. If you could go to the second slide. Again, we are rezoning this, removing some retail and office uses that can be here to make it more compatible with the area by changing it to RX. to the residential use. The intent is to construct 10 to 12 townhomes with a maximum of 3 stories in height. At our neighborhood meeting, there was concern about going any higher than that. That's why we limited it. And the design and materials used were adopted in connection with the discussions with the Historic District Commission. Next slide. And this is what we're looking at. In the area, there are already 2 projects, Tenant Person and the Ware, that are down at the bottom that are very similar to what we're proposing. I will address the one, there's an old condition on this property that we looked at trying to deal with, and it was more of trying to preserve these homes that are there, but they're in such poor condition. And that's only 3 of the homes. That's at 501, 507, and 511. They're in very poor condition. The one at 513 was moved from another location to this location in about 2008. So, you know, we're really stuck with real homes that are in poor condition and trying to deal with what to do those. And that's why the proposed rezoning was there, to remove those conditions, to allow some more density, everything consistent with the downtown area, with the walkability and access to transit and that sort of thing. If I could have the next slide. This is just an aerial of the site. I will say there are affordable choices in this area. There's Carlton Place, which is to the north, that is an affordable apartment complex. And also to the east is property owned by the city of Raleigh that, as we understand it, is being held for some potential affordable project in the future. So that's to the east of this site directly. Next slide. And this just shows the zoning. There is a little pocket of R10 that we're rezoning, if you'll see that in the middle in yellow. And then you see the NX and the OX. Next slide. And this gives another view of the properties. The one on the right is the one that was moved there in 2008. The other 3 are older structures, but not in great shape at all. Next slide. You know, this is the one at 501 Bloodworth. It's got a lot of foundation problems, and we had a contractor look at it, and it would be extremely expensive to try to rehabilitate. Next slide. And this again is another really old home that's in very poor condition and not really worth rehabbing, although any of these properties we're offering if somebody does want to try to move them. Next slide. And this is the one at 511. Again, an older structure that has significant structural issues with it. Next slide. And this is the one that was moved. We don't know the age of the home, but it was moved here in 2008. Next slide. Basically, we're just showing here that it checks all the boxes. I mean, we're doing the things that you want to see in the urban downtown core area. There are other options for affordable housing in this area. And we address the questions that the Historic District Commission had by the conditions that we added. Happy to answer any questions, but I would like those that have spoken in favor that have stayed until this late hour to give them an opportunity to speak.
Okay, first we have, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name, PHUC.
Mayor, we only have Megan Watts left on.
Oh, we only have Megan Watts left on? Okay, Megan Watts.
Hi, I'm Megan, and I have my boyfriend here, Robert, with me. We live at 513 South Bloodworth, and I was going to let him speak.
We just wanted to speak in support of the project. We think that this is a great area. The view is wonderful. I think that the rooftop idea is great. It would have a beautiful view of the skyline of Raleigh. And I think that Robbie is the guy to do it. I think he would do a great job.
Okay.
I agree with him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Paul and the other person are not on.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay, we have 3 people to speak in opposition. Tom, would you like to hold the remaining time?
like to hold that time.
Okay. All right. Next, we will put 8 minutes on the clock. First, we have 3 people to speak in opposition. First is Rose Morales.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. So I own and operate a business at 511 South Bloodworth, the third house that was shown. And my patients live in that home and have been for 11 years. And I serve the developmental disabled, substance abuse, and I'm licensed by Department of Health and Human Services. I've been there for 11 years. In the beginning, there was another landlord who owned all of the other properties, and as he systematically sold them off, I knew what was coming. You know, I've lived 90% of my life in downtown Raleigh, of my 49 years, and so I've seen the gentrification, not revitalization, happen. It has been very concerning to me, and since the ownership did change, after my first year of leasing from the new owner, it was clear to me after asking for a lease the next couple of years and did not get one or a reply that what would happen is what would happen. I would soon have to leave. I'm not trying to stop Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson is a great landlord. I have no problem with him or his father. And I do understand that Raleigh does need growth. My only issue is while his business is thriving, if I do not find a home in said time or am not able to get rezoned by the city, which I'm in the process of doing for another home, which is another story, then either I would have to put my license on hold and displace my clients. And my only concern is, like the homes are in such disarray. Well, my home is not. Structurally, maybe, but I have yearly inspections, fire department, health department, 2-year construction from DHHS. So, there are repairs that have been needed, and what has been happening through the years is just patching. So, like I said, I know that the homes are older and they're in disarray because the owners haven't upgraded them, and that's their choice by all means. But my issue today is what will happen to my business? I serve the public. I don't live there. My residents live there. It is their home. It has been their home. And as downtown is flourishing, we see everything that happens every day, all day. And it's not a secret. It just seems as though I myself, like others, are being forced out, pushed out, whether it be by a developer from this state or someone here. And the resources that the city gives someone like me who owns a mental health facility to look for additional housing is flawed. The IMAP system is not updated. So if I'm not actively knocking on doors, getting run off by property owners, getting chased by dogs, getting told different things by different people who are in those homes or are no longer in those homes, but the system is not updated. Now the zoning, I have other colleagues who have been waiting to get things zoned for 3 months. Because Mr. Lawson will be moving ahead with his project, I don't have that time. So, the last 2 meetings that were held, I was told that, a couple of people were interested in what I was saying and said, okay, they would reach out, but I've yet to reach out to anything from anyone. So, it's not like I can go rent a house down the street. I have found a property up the street, which was a last resort, 3 times the rent, and I have to make modifications at my own expense to put in a stairwell so that my residents have access from a second floor. The landlord has agreed to give me a 3-year lease, but then here we go. The programs the city offers I do not qualify for because you cannot use any home ownership programs or any Black-owned business programs or any programs for business. They are for personal. So I'm at a catch-22. So,
Rose?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we hold the time on the clock, please?
Sure.
There's 2 other people who have signed up to speak, and I want to make sure that we hear from them.
Sure.
And when you signed up, you provided your phone number and address to our city staff, correct?
Every time, yes, ma'am.
Could we please have somebody follow up with Rose tomorrow?
Okay, thank you. That'd be great.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, next we have Conrad James and then Steph Mendel. There are 3 minutes and 39 seconds left, so please let everybody have a chance to be heard.
Mayor, we don't have Conrad. I'll go to Steph.
Okay. Steph Mendel.
Steph Mendel, 3225 Oak Grove Circle. On March 31st, the Wake County Justice Coalition held a Zoom meeting on NOAA, naturally occurring affordable housing. NOAA can make a difference to Raleigh's housing crisis because we don't have enough affordable housing, and every time existing affordable housing is destroyed, it seems to get replaced by much more expensive housing, resulting in gentrification of the neighborhood. 3 NOAA houses likely will be destroyed if this zoning is approved, and the neighborhood will be well on its way to gentrification. Raleigh's predominantly white city council has historically been willing to allow both the history and homes on South Bloodworth Street to be disregarded and torn down, and has stood by and let Black people be displaced by progress. Meanwhile, down on North Bloodworth Street, a predominantly white area, the people are protected, and so are the homes. Your Planning Commission voted 6-2 to deny this rezoning. Nearby residents are also opposed. It's also completely inconsistent with the small area plan. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going back to Tom. Would you like to use any of your time that's left?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. I would like to address some of what was raised by the opposition. Ms. Morales, I mean, Mr. Lawson does get along really well with her and has offered to help her in terms of finding a new location. And I'm really kind of disappointed that there wasn't more follow-up from the city, because at the Planning Commission meeting, the first one, we had 2 Planning Commission meetings. The issue with IMAPs was brought up, and Ken Bowers has indicated that there would be assistance on that. Because I think that would be important. The problem is you can't figure out eligible properties from what's on IMAPs. And Mr. Bowers acknowledged that and was going to. So I'm glad you arranged for that to follow up to happen. I do appreciate that a whole lot. As far as, changing or gentrification or whatever, however you might refer to it, this block has really changed a lot already. There's several of the single family lots surrounding this that have already been redeveloped in the 2000s. They're they're new properties, and folks have moved in from other locations into this neighborhood. It's just really a challenge because you've got these older properties that it's not cost effective to continue to rehabilitate or maintain. And obviously there's a desire, and the comprehensive plan and all the plans of the city recognize the need for more density downtown. The plan is to do these townhomes 3 stories and have rooftop terraces, as was mentioned, to make it an attractive addition to downtown. Realize that some of the older homes are not going to be there, but the advantage this area does have is having Carlton Place and have city-owned property that something can be done with in this area. And certainly Mr. Lawson has talked with the city on numerous occasions, even about the possibility of moving one of these homes, the one that's in good condition, to city property to be used. There's support for that, but in this case, there is support within the comprehensive plan and within the plan to downtown to have this density. We'd ask you to support this request.
Okay, do we have any other additional questions of the applicant? No? All right, I'm going to close the hearing.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to correct my response to Councilmember Melton's earlier question. There are conditions in place that require the 3 houses on the 3 northernmost lots to be remodeled and not demolished, and in the event of damage or destruction, that they be rebuilt in residential character. I was a little too eager to agree earlier, late in the evening. I apologize for the misinformation, but I just wanted to note that the projected commercial square footage is very likely achievable on the lots with the existing conditions, but I doubt that 11 unit residential density could be achieved with the current conditions about the retention of the existing structures. And I also wanted to note that staff has been trying to contact Ms. Morales since Planning Commission. I know that Martha Lobo and our Development Services Group has been trying to be in touch with her to help her. It sounds like they have not connected successfully yet, and I know that Martha will renew her efforts tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Councilmember Branch.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. And I want to thank the applicants and those who spoke in opposition as well. I received some information today from Mr. Lawson concerning one of the homes that I do have some questions about as far as trying to preserve. And also I've had some communications with a property owner who's directly across the street from these said homes, as well as others in the community concerning these homes. And there's a mixed review. Some of them know the conditions of those homes. But with that said, I need some more dialogue with the applicant. And I would like to hold this for 2 more weeks to have that conversation with the applicant and see where we can find some common ground.
Okay, we will hold this for 2 weeks. Thank you. Right, next we have rezoning Z4920 at 3624 Tryon Road. I have 3 people who've signed up in opposition. If we could hear from the applicant, Isabel Maddox is representing. Oh, I'm sorry, Bynum. You go first.
All right, thanks. This is just over 6 acres being rezoned from R10 with a special residential parking overlay district and a SHOD, and also some conservation management zoning with conditions and the same overlays. The requested district is industrial mixed use with a 3-story height limit, parking limited frontage, conditions with those same overlays, and also maintaining the CM zoning. So this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission voted to refer this to you without a recommendation. So this is a view of the site. We're just on the north side of Tryon Road here, east of Gorman Street. You can see there's self-storage on the west side and moderate density residential on the east side. There's also a mosque on Tryon Road just east of the site. View of the site currently. The conditions limit access to Tryon Road at one point, prohibits structures in the portion of the site zoned with conservation management, also prohibits parking in that area, limits the allowed uses, and limits development on the site to 10 dwelling units per acre or 54,000 square feet of non-residential use. It also requires a 40-foot landscape yard with a fence, and prohibits drive-through uses, limits commercial hours of operation, limits building height, and prohibits wood processing activity other than maintenance of landscaping. The change here is that they are gaining some commercial entitlements, so office square footage, retail square footage, and also industrial square footage, increasing significantly. This is inconsistent with the community mixed use designation, as it would allow light industrial uses that are not recommended, although the conservation management designation is consistent with the private open space on the future land use map. Consistent with the urban form map with application of the frontage. Consistent with a handful of policies, inconsistent with more policies. That is consistent with transitions, buffering, infill development, noise and light impacts, frontage, screening of unsightly uses, so a whole bunch of things there. And your rezoning here, if you were to approve, would result in an amendment to the future land use map to apply the business commercial services designation of the future land use map. So the IX zoning that they're pursuing would prompt to change the future land use map. Again, the Planning Commission made no recommendation here. I'd be happy to answer questions for you before you open the hearing.
Any questions for Bynum? Councilmember Branch?
Yes, Bynum, has this always been residential zoning?
Yes, sir. It has been residential zoning, and I was looking at some photographs earlier today. The use has not been residential for some time, so there have been a variety of industrial-like uses here over a period of time. And as I understand this request, they're really trying to make conforming ongoing use here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what I was curious about was the private open space above that was shown above that. What is that exists there?
Are you on the site or north of the site?
North of the site.
So there's the site is the northern boundary of the site is I-40. There's private open space designation on the future land use map there that likely overlaps with floodplain. I can pull up the map real quick and tell you, but it's probably tied to natural features on the future land use map.
Okay. Well, I don't want to delay this, so let's get into the hearing part. I'm going to open the hearing, and we'll set the timer at 8 minutes. We'll hear from Isabel Maddox and David Brown.
Good evening. Isabel Maddox here again with Kenny Ellis, my client at A+ Tree Service, also David Brown of Withers and Ravenel. And can you pull up my presentation, please? A+ Tree Service is a homegrown, Black-owned business which offers a much-needed service in the city, and he has operated on this site for 11 years until he received a notice of violation that his use violated the R10 zoning. And at that point, he had not understood that it was residentially zoned because he had witnessed it being a junkyard before he was there. If you could go to slide 6, please. Exhibit 6, identified on the top corner of the slides. I want to kind of go through the timeline because I think that's really important. Yeah, okay. So from 1981 to 2004, this property was used as a junkyard. In 1999, it was acquired by Mrs. Coley, the current owner, in a divorce settlement. In 2002, the adjacent condos were built with adjoining junkyard. Industrial. I thought it was industrial zoning, but the junkyard use was going on at the time. In 2004, there was a bad tire fire on the site, causing additional contamination in addition to the junkyard. In 2007, there was a rezoning it to R10, and I think that may have dealt mostly with the conservation management areas. Between 2009 and 2020, A+ Tree Service leased this site and began using it for a tree service without knowledge of the residential zoning. In 2010 to 2013, the adjacent townhome development was constructed while the tree service business was being conducted on an adjoining site. In 2013, the site was placed on the NCDQ inactive hazardous waste sites priority list. And between 2014 and 17, the property was under contract to Shenandoah Homes, Mungo Homes, Dan Ryan Homes. All these fell through as it was determined that residential development was infeasible because of environmental and utility issues. And even since then, the brokers have talked to a dozen local and national residential developers have looked at this site, but have all determined it was infeasible. Now I want to turn it over now to David Brown, who's going to talk about a couple of the challenges of this site. David?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. David Brown, Withers Ravenel. Our first item that we want to touch on is the environmental contamination. As Bynum correctly pointed out, decades, this property was used as an automotive junkyard. Lots of fluids leaked out of those wrecked and dismantled cars. There's heavy metals in the soils. This was aggravated by a tire fire while it was still being used as a junkyard. The good news, this property has been accepted into the North Carolina Brownfields program that Mr. Ellis is initiated. The second item of concern with this site that Isabel mentioned, that the townhome developers who have looked at this property, including Withers Ravenel as consultant at times, there's a sewer access issue. There is sewer immediately adjacent, but it is at the high end of the site on the southern end of the property. The bulk of the property does not have gravity sewer access. The closest access is located to the north of Interstate 40. It's 1,000 to 1,200 feet away. It would be a bore under 2 exit lanes and the interstate itself. The other option would be to gain sewer access to the west, but going under Gorman Street about 1,700 feet away. I may pause for a moment and see if we want to also talk about our site plan for a minute, if we could pull that exhibit up. I believe it's the next slide back, if we could, please. One more, please. There we go. Thank you. This is just a quick sketch showing Mr. Ellis's intent for the property. I want to concentrate on the southern edge, on the lower edge of the property. There is a green landscape buffer. That's one of the conditions offered. It is a 40-foot buffer. It also includes an 8-foot fence, evergreen plantings. Those plantings would be a larger size than the code minimum at time of installation. Against Trine Road, plan left, you see 2 small buildings. He is proposing what I call a mom and pop scale retail center. He would sell garden supplies there. He also has a smaller building that he would propose to use as the office for his business. The larger building, planned right, is a garage. It is a storage for his trucks and equipment to keep them out of the weather. The intent of this would be that there is all forward motion. There is not the need to back trucks up, so you don't have the beeping alarm that you often find with that type of truck. Mayor, you mentioned that there was some green area on the map that Bynum presented. I want to point out that there is conservation management zoning planned right on the north end of the site adjacent to Interstate 40. That obviously is proposed to remain undisturbed. I do also want to point out that there is adequate room to manage on-site stormwater. For me, the overwhelming benefit here is to put this property back into productive use under the Brownfields program to encapsulate and encap the contamination. Right now, it is a dusty site that doesn't grow very much, but I may pause for a moment and see if there are any questions for our team.
Okay, if we could stop the timer, please. Okay. Do we have any questions currently from City Council members? Councilmember Cox?
My question is more for staff. Does the city bear any responsibility or liability for allowing a junkyard to operate on this when it was zoned residential, resulting in this contamination?
Are you asking me? So, Bynum, has it been illegally operating this whole time, or was it once legal and it's a nonconformity?
Been residentially zoned. The zoning there has been residential since 2007. My understanding, the photos that I have seen go back to 2008, when it is generally vacant, but the 2004, you can see that the junkyard is in operation. So seems like perhaps the use was discontinued once the rezoning to residential use happened.
The short answer is no, we don't have any liability for that. As a matter of fact, if something is illegally operating for a period of time and it's actually visible from the right of way or the city should have seen it, we lose the ability to actually enforce. So no, there's not, but I wasn't clear about whether or not they were actually operating out of compliance and somebody had gone through that full analysis of the nonconformity.
Okay, do we have any additional questions? Okay, not at this time. I am going to ask those who are opposed to speak. You'll have, there's 3 people. You'll have 8 minutes. If we could set the timer to 8 minutes, please. First is Tricia Posey, and I'm going to remind those who have signed up to speak that it's 8 minutes total. So please leave enough time for others to have their voices heard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm actually, both Jim Colley and Katie Bean emailed the council to request that I have their speaking time. I represent both communities at Tryon Place Townhomes and University Woods. I don't believe either one of them are on the call either. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Baldwin and City Council members. Tricia Posey, I live at 2004 Chancellor Place, and I serve as the HOA President for Tryon Place Townhomes. As I mentioned, I am speaking on behalf of the homeowners living at Tryon Place Townhomes and University Woods. Our communities adjoin the property rezoning located at 3624 Tryon Road. We are a diverse urban community with young students, first-time homeowners, families with small children, and retirees, with over 300 homes and approximately 750 residents. Many of the residents in Tryon Place Townhomes purchased their homes with the understanding that the vacant lot at 3624 Tryon Road was being cleared for residential build under the current zoning conditions. After living here for a year, another homeowner and I reported the noise and pollution concerns to the zoning office when we did not see any on-site building work occurring. We oppose this rezoning because industrial mixed-use IX zoning is not compatible in close proximity to established residential communities. IX zoning is reserved for heavy commercial activities not conducive to mixed-use development as described in the city's comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. There is an ethical risk to allow this rezoning after years of illegal use perpetuated by A+ Tree Service and the landowner. We feel the landowner did not make a real effort to sell the property under community mixed use zoning and lease the property to A+ Tree Service for use outside of zoning conditions to the detriment of the surrounding residents. Our position is that A+ Tree Company has the financial means to hire an attorney and ensure business operations comply with industrial use conditions, including land use, but failed to do so until forced to by the zoning office. The rezoning condition of IX allows the use of an industrial fleet of vehicles to be housed in the 31,000 square foot airport size hangar. This large structure is not conducive to the existing urban landscape of the residential communities. Next slide, please. Industrial trucks emit black carbon, also known as soot. This rezoning would allow a fleet of these trucks to operate 40 feet from our backyards. We recognize that our urban setting provides ease of access to the interstate 1 mile from our homes. However, this request places the air and noise pollution 40 feet from where we eat, sleep, live, play, and for many of us due to COVID, work in our homes. Next slide, please. Soot, not dirt from the unpaved lot, created unhealthy living conditions for surrounding residents while A+ Tree Service operated illegally on this land. Studies from the EPA show that black carbon particles cause premature death and harmful effects on the cardiovascular system, and can cause respiratory diseases. Additionally, the 40-foot buffer will not mitigate noise, light, and vibration disturbances from a fleet of trucks operating weekly from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. According to the CDC, noise pollution is linked to sleep disturbances, cardiovascular and psychophysiological problems, performance reduction, increased annoyance responses, and adverse social behavior. Next slide, please. This photo, there are two photos here. The top photo is the site plan that you saw earlier, and the bottom photo actually shows the images of our homes and the proximity between the proposed development and the residential living. You can see by the orange line that the proximity is far too close to have an IX zoning near residents. Next slide, please. The request to rezone is clearly inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan as reflected in the staff's report. The land use map of our district helps define a community's physical form and function and provides a framework for all infrastructure-related decisions. The development of this land should foster the vision in the comprehensive plan to expand housing choices and grow successful neighborhoods and communities. Next slide, please. If there is one role for government at its most fundamental level, it is to protect people from life, health, and safety issues. The greater public interest in this rezoning case is the existing residents that live in the bordering communities. We acknowledge the legacy of dumping contaminants on this property and support the contamination cleanup efforts afforded through the Brownsfield grants to developers. We support the development of this land consistent with community mixed use conditions designed in the city's plan to protect residential communities. We respectfully request that you vote against this rezoning to industrial mixed use and help protect our health, homes, and our communities. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Okay. Isabel, you have 2 minutes left. Are there any issues you would like to address on this?
I would. First of all, the future land use map in this area calls for commercial mixed use, not residential in this location. So that would mean probably in this location, a gas station, a C-store, or a Dollar General. That would bring delivery trucks, fuel trucks. It could have a late night or 24-hour operation, many more vehicles than we propose here. Also, this case limits hours and processing on site and provides a generous opaque buffer. And we do think the buffer will provide visual buffering and light buffering. And we are going to propose a revised condition that would put a berm there and a taller fence that would give you more of a buffer there. Also, we feel like, Ms. Posey talked a lot about environmental contamination, but she really doesn't speak much about the existing contamination that's in the ground there. And we think it's a danger to that neighborhood. If they have children playing on that site, there are metals contaminating the soil. We feel like if we can contain those in a brownfields development, we can really provide better protection for that neighborhood. And, the site right now is very dusty. Part of the development would include paving a good bit of that site, which could reduce or eliminate the dust, or reduce it dramatically. So that would improve the air quality there. So we do propose a mixed-use development, which would include retail, office, and light industrial. It's not that far off from what the future land use map calls for. It calls for mixed use. We have mixed use. We're consistent with urban form. We're consistent with the private open space designation, and we comply with the infill development policy. And we believe we do comply with buffering, noise, and light impacts and screening unsightly uses by providing a significant buffer. What we would ask that the council keep this public hearing open through May 4th to give us time for more on-site meetings with council members and to file revised conditions. We thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Okay. Everybody is okay with that? We will leave the hearing open, and we'll bring this back in 2 weeks.
Madam Mayor, she asked for May 4th.
Oh, May 4th? I'm sorry. It's getting late. May 4th. The thing is, I prefer not to have it on May 4th. We're going to have another long night of hearings the first of the month. Is there any way to do it in 2 weeks, Isabel?
We'll do our best to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw it. Just got unmuted. Yes, we will try our best to do that and keep the public hearing open. And so if for some reason, I guess we get to that meeting, we might be able to ask for further extension if necessary.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Next, we have rezoning Z5020 Pleasant Grove Church Road, District A.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and attendees. Jason Harden, Planning and Development. I'll be presenting the next two rezoning items on the agenda. So this is Pleasant Grove Church Road. It's a request to rezone a little bit more than 3 acres of land. Currently R4. Request is for R10, residential 10, conditional use. The Planning Commission recommends approval. You can see on the map the current R4 zoning, also R4 to the north, and then R6 and R10 to the south. And it's a little bit off the map, but a little bit further to the west at the intersection with Glenwood Avenue, starting to be a node of commercial zoning in that area. This illustrates what that looks like on the ground a little bit more. The R6 to the south actually contains a townhome development. The site is contiguous to that. Also, as you saw in the previous slide, contiguous to the R4 zoning. You can see the area largely residential, and then again, transitioning to some commercial uses to the west along Glenwood. These are a few views from Pleasant Grove Church Road itself, looking to the east and west in front of the site, and then directly into the site, which you can see previously was home to one detached house, now is vacant and wooded. I mentioned that the R10 request comes with some conditions, so prohibiting outdoor sports and entertainment use, also specifying a maximum of 24 units. So on that 3 acres, that works out to roughly 8 units per acre. Does specify that buildings would not be placed within 30 feet of the east or west property lines. I have a map that illustrates that on the next slide. And also that a fence would be placed on the east, west, and south boundaries of the site. And so again, that's what that looks like with the magenta illustrating that 30 feet, essentially a transition area to those properties on the east and west, and then the fencing outlined in green. So I covered most of this, and the density should be updated. Apologies, should indicate that the proposal would be 8 units per acre and a total of 24. Setbacks would change somewhat, 20 feet in the front to 10 feet, and then 10 to 5 on the sides, and 30 feet on the rear, and 20 feet. However, again, as the condition notes, in fact, there would be some transitional area that would go beyond those setbacks. In terms of the future land use map, it's designated as moderate density residential, which envisions various housing types, townhouses and apartments at densities up to 14 units per acre, which the request and then the zoning condition limiting to 8 units per acre bring that down below the threshold for that category. So fully consistent with that future land use map designation, consistent with policies that encourage more compact development, infill development on vacant sites such as this, greenhouse gas reduction, when you're allowing housing types that are more energy efficient, such as townhouses and apartments, and zoning for housing, encouraging more housing supply to meet the demand in the city. Planning Commission found, again, that this is reasonable in the public interest, voted 8-0 to recommend in favor of it, finding it it's compatible with the area, consistent with those policies and the future land use map. And I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Does anyone have questions? Okay, we will hear from the applicant.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to indicate to forecast to the speakers because we had some late moving developments today that, especially for Mr. Toledo and Miss Boyette, that we will be opening the public hearing, and this is their opportunity to speak, and then we'll be closing it. But I'm going to be asking for a delay of 2 weeks to allow the applicant to work with staff to work on some conditional language that I think is will help the neighborhood's comfort, the neighbors' comfort, and making sure that construction is of high quality and compatible as possible with the surrounding neighborhood. So I'll be making that motion at the end of the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so do you want to close the hearing to allow 2 weeks for additional conditions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If we could have it heard and then close it at the end of the hearing, and then do that. Thank you.
All right. Well, we will hear first from Molly Stewart on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and councilors. I'm Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I do have with me this evening Eddie Bland representing the property owner, and you'll be hearing from him a little bit later. We also have Cliff Minsley on the line representing the applicant team, as well as John Frazier of FLM Engineering. We have questions. We can go ahead to the next slide. I'd like to actually dive right into the issues that sort of rose to the top among the concerns that the neighbors had. And we did have 3 neighborhood meetings. The site required 1 meeting, but we went ahead and we had 3 separate meetings. And so these are the issues that we heard about. Next slide. I'd like to begin by addressing the traffic counts. This is the analysis that was prepared by staff when we first submitted our application. It predicted an increase over the existing zoning of 5 peak hour trips in the morning and in the evening. I will note that this analysis was completed before the zoning condition was submitted, bringing the possible units from 30 down to 24. So they were about 25% higher at that time. Next slide, please. The other concern that we heard about traffic and safety relates to visibility. So in the northeast corner of the site there along Pleasant Grove Church Road, you see that kind of heavy tree cover, and there's some concern about visibility there. That's a bit of a blind curve. And if you keep your eye on that corner as we go to the next slide, you'll see that the situation will improve. Next slide, please. As we dedicate some right-of-way and make those streetscape improvements. And so we'll open that up a little bit. Next slide, please. Another concern that we heard was about stormwater. And you see the slope of the site to the southwest here. And this is an uncontrolled situation today. And so the concern was that with development of the site and tree removal, that it would make it worse. And that is true kind of, however the site develops under the existing or the proposed zoning. However, as far as the tree removal in any event, however, next slide, with development under either zoning condition, the situation does improve as the UDO requires that stormwater detention. And you see the open area there in the southwest, that is where that detention would happen. And so improving the condition in that area. Next slide, please. The other concern we heard was about density. And so just to put that in context, you see the up to 42 units that would be supported by the future land use map, the 30 units that would be supported by the underlying zoning designation requested. And then we've actually brought that down even further. The site's a little bit more than 3 acres, so it actually brings it below 8 units per acre. So getting very close to the lowest end of what that future land use map could support at this location. Next slide, please. And finally, we heard concerns about height. And we keep going back to this picture. It's very useful. And these were from the early meetings that we had. The concern was that this is very likely to be townhomes, and that, potentially 3 stories. They could be up against those east and west property lines and kind of towering over those neighboring homes. And so we've done a few things to address that. Most importantly, we did put in those 30-foot building setbacks along the east and west property lines. There are no units there along the south, on that side of the Southwind Drive. But we put in that building setback, and just for your visual reference, that is approximately the area shown as conserved tree, the tree conservation area there that you see on your map. And so you can see that the actual concept has those units much closer to the center of the site. That in this version, they are 89 feet from either the east or west property line. We don't know what will happen with the entrance, the driveway location when we get to site plan, so it could wiggle a little bit, but we think there's going to be a lot of room for that to happen. So pulling those into the center of the site and putting in those buffers, we think will reduce those concerns related to height. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Eddie Bland to speak on behalf of the property owner.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes and 47 seconds left.
Sure, no problem. Thank you, ma'am. My name's Edwin Bland, and I am broker in charge and president of my real estate company, Trust Realty and Asset Management. I represent the seller and have been managing this property for the past 12 years. The subject property was the home place for the seller's deceased mother and grandmother, who lived on the property since the early 1900s. Over the years, the family never objected to the construction of homes and townhomes in that area that had been built in the community. The family was settled here long before any housing developments were built. The old home place was rented for 12 years under my management until, sadly, the dwelling was destroyed by a fire in 2018. The family decided at that time to remove the remains of the dwelling and to place the acreage on the market for sale, and realized their investment, which predates all the other single family and townhomes within the neighborhood. The seller has rejected other offers from developers and made a decision to work with this local developer, who is currently a part of the Raleigh community and not a national builder. The buyer is proposing a respectable and appealing small town community, townhome community, as evidenced by the other communities in which the buyer has been involved. It is important to highlight that the proposed development is consistent with the city's own future land use plan, which specifically names the zoning classification the buyers are seeking. The seller appreciates the buyer meeting with the neighbors and listening to their concerns, and as a result, the buyer has made concessions to address several of those concerns. If the city votes against the development, aside from that being a point of confusion for the seller as a property owner when trying to sell to another developer, it is also going to directly harm the seller and her family from a financial perspective. So in conclusion, as her agent and representing her, the seller is in full support of the buyer's proposed development and rezoning request. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Molly, anything else at this time?
No, thank you. We'd like to reserve our time for rebuttal.
Okay. Okay, next we have those speaking in opposition. We have 2 people. You have 8 minutes. Louis Toledo and Cameron Boyette. We'll start with Louis.
Oh, Mayor, they asked before the meeting for Cameron to speak first.
Okay, Cameron.
Yes, this is Cameron Boyette. I live in the Holland Park subdivision on the other side of Pleasant Grove Church Road from the subject property. We are speaking today on behalf of dozens of concerned neighbors, both in surrounding single-family home developments and in the Sunscape community, all of which will be significantly impacted by the proposed rezoning. We would like to thank Councilman Knight for visiting, and while we will do our best to illustrate our concerns, we invite other members of the council to visit the site prior to a final vote. It is important to make clear that we are not against the idea of development for this property. In fact, several of us have met with and supported the developers of recent projects along Pleasant Grove Church Road. However, we do have serious concerns with this proposed development. The X's represent homeowners that we were able to get in touch with, all of which opposed the request for rezoning to R10. As you can see, there is serious concern in every direction, from existing single-family homes on 3 sides to the Sunscape communities south of the subject property. Following my presentation, we will hear from a resident and HOA board member from Sunscape. Together, we will point out the serious impacts that a 24 townhome development would have on our communities from a safety, environmental, and visual standpoint. It is important to note that within each of these concerns, we are comfortable with the development of this property at a rezoning to R6, which would allow up to 18 single-family homes at similar price points. This would represent 6 additional homes for the city over the current R4 zoning. We believe this will strike the perfect balance of meeting our city's need for housing while preserving the character and seamless transition between 2 of Raleigh's established communities. Next slide, please. Slide 2 is included to emphasize how Pleasant Grove Church Road looks and feels on a street level. All of the highlighted communities are recent single-family home developments, with Pleasant Point currently under active construction. The Sunscapes community is tucked away from the subject property and church to the west. Whether driving or walking along Pleasant Grove Church Road, the overwhelming impression is that you are in a subdivision intended for single-family homes. Allowing a 24 townhome development at this junction of Sunscape would permanently eliminate the existing natural transition between the 2. We believe a rezoning of R6 would allow more units for the city while also preserving more of the property's natural beauty, including several 100-year-old oak trees. Next slide, please. Slide 3 is included to provide data on the development shown in the previous slide. Many of these homes were built recently, and if I can draw your attention to the far right column in red, you will see that they were all built within a R6 or R4 zoning. Next slide, please. Slide 4 is included to share our biggest safety concern: increased traffic at a very dangerous curve. In recent years, we have seen a significant increase in traffic as Pleasant Grove Church Road is being used as a cut-through from Millbrook to Lynn Road. The arrow on the map represents the only feasible entry and exit point from this property. As you can see to the east, a sharp turn approaching this arrow shields the vision of oncoming traffic from cars leaving this property. We believe that by increasing the zoning to R10, coupled with the increased traffic already on Pleasant Grove Church Road, this would lead to disastrous problems at the entry and exit point. Therefore, from a safety standpoint, we believe staying within an R6 zoning would help mitigate the risk at this curve. To conclude, we strongly urge you not to rezone to R10 and implement R6 as the appropriate zoning. Please take note that the Planning Commission's initial vote was 5-2 against this. With very little additional input from our communities, it somehow changed to unanimous support. I reserve the remaining 4 minutes for the next speaker. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Luis Toledo. Is Luis on the line?
Yes, I have Luis on the line. Luis, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Mayor, I do not know why we can't hear him.
He's unmuted.
Yes, Mayor.
Does he want to try calling in again?
Yeah, I'm trying to call him. Let me see real quick.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Luis Toledo, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Sunscape community. I do have a presentation, if it can be please shown. The Sunscape community is a small, I'm going to be speaking on 3 key points. This is not my presentation. Do you have the other slides?
We're looking for the slides.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience. We're still checking.
Madam Mayor, while we're waiting, can I please ask to obtain the 4 full minutes?
I'm sorry, what?
Can I ask for the 4 minutes?
Mayor, there are 3 minutes, 30 seconds left of the 8 minutes for this side.
It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Yes, Mayor, we do not have the slides for Luis, Mr. Toledo.
Okay, the slides can't be found, Mr. Toledo, so if you have slides that you want to email us after, we will look at them. In the meantime, if you could, I think you said you had 3 points that you wanted to make.
Yes, thank you. I did submit the slides, and I will make sure that our councilmen also can share with you. The Sunscape community is a small, quiet retreat community of 100 homes, and we are located in the northwest pocket of Raleigh. Our community has been here for about 40 years, built in the early 80s. We are a retreat community that was established to build an oasis, and I wish you could see the slides that I submitted so that you could see the unique pictures and the unique look that our community presents to be an escape from downtown Raleigh. A few of the things that make our community special is that we have this beach look and feel. Some of the street names in our community are Sunscape, Sun Shadow, Southwind, Sunbelt, Sunburst, Shade Tree. We also have hundreds of trees in our community, and you've seen some of those pictures, aerial views. We have over 600 trees. Based on the look and feel of our community, we have won several awards, including the Community of the Year by the International Community Association. And I want to point out that this proposal to rezone to R10 is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan for the city of Raleigh. It does not reflect the character of the neighborhood, of the district. It is inconsistent with the infill compatibility. It does not exist. The development would not be consistent with the design elements of the adjacent structures and neighborhoods. As the previous speaker showed, my community, Sunscape, is an R6. Across the street, it's an R4. So all around, you're surrounded by R6 or below, and yet you're planning to put in R10. It really is inconsistent. All of the homes in my community face the property that would be developed. So when you walk out the front door, it does feel like a slap in the face to tell us that this would be R10 development when we know it shouldn't be there. It should be an R6 or below. The other point that I want to say is that our community has severe stormwater and drainage issues. And this is very easy to understand. Everybody that has spoken in support of this development has not shown the fact that we are on a hill. If you visit our community and you bring a ball, whether a basketball, soccer ball, tennis ball, golf ball, and you place that ball on the ground where they're planning to do this development, that ball will roll and roll downhill all the way into Millbrook Avenue. We have serious cost-prohibitive drainage problems. Many of our homes, when you walk out the front door, we have to have drain water pipes, and that's what I was trying to show you on my slides. We have serious issues, and we're asking you not to approve R10 so that things don't become worse for us. Our community has had, and our homeowners have had to invest thousands of dollars. Overall, this R10 isn't consistent. It goes against policy LU 5.6 with the buffering requirements. It goes against policy LU 8.12, the infill compatibility, it's not there. It goes against policy EP 3.12, as it does not mitigate stormwater impacts. Instead, it would promote significant and serious erosion. R10 would cause environmental and economic damage to our properties as well as city infrastructure. We ask that you go against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly, you had 1 minute and 17 seconds left. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Sure. As far as compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, although not identical to the surrounding zoning districts, I will note that those R6 townhomes were there prior to development of some of the single-family homes in the area. And the difference between the R4 zoning and the R6 zoning that exists around the site is actually greater than the difference between the R6 zoning of the townhomes and the request that we're making, which actually is a little bit below what would be an R8. So we have capped it so that it's not a true R10 density. So this is an incremental change and the definition of the gentle density that we're seeking to add in areas like this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am going to close the hearing, and as Council Member Knights asked, we will take this up in 2 weeks. I believe there may be some added conditions. Correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Next we have rezoning Z5620, 2600 Oberlin Road. No one has signed up to speak in opposition. If we could have a brief, review, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Certainly. So this is a request to rezone just under 5 acres of land. This is along Oberlin Road, in between Oberlin and St. Mary's, on the site of the Country Club Homes. And you may remember a rezoning request from earlier in 2020 that rezoned the property just to the north of this. And you can see that reflected on the map there. That's the RX7 zoning that you see right there.
Yep.
Overall residential zoning in the vicinity with a node of commercial use at Oberlin and Fairview. A few sites from Oberlin Road looking north, and then a few on the bottom looking from north of the site south towards formerly Daniels Middle School, now Oberlin Middle School, and then looking into the site from Oberlin Road. Conditions also, as with the previous request, address outdoor recreation uses, prohibiting them. They do address building height. So on the site, buildings anywhere would be limited to no more than 4 stories that are entirely above finished grade. Along Oberlin Road, height would be restricted further, which is actually similar to the conditions on that rezoning to the north. So within that 40 feet of Oberlin Road, 3 stories would be allowed, except for the northern 150 feet where 4 stories would be allowed. Limits overall units to 190 and screens parking structures. So in terms of the comparison to existing R10 zoning, would allow additional density, 47 units, currently to 190, would allow a small amount of site serving or neighborhood serving retail or office uses. Building setbacks would remain the same. So this is consistent with both the medium density residential and neighborhood mixed use designations on the future land use map. And the urban form that would be provided by the apartment building type would be consistent with the desire for a more urban form along this transit emphasis corridor, Oberlin Road, consistent with several policies relating to the future land use map, compact development along these corridors, where more transit is envisioned, housing variety, as with the previous request, greenhouse gas reduction, in this case, both from more energy efficient buildings and the fact that this is allowing additional housing opportunities in a place served by, in the future, frequent transit and with a relatively high amount of walkability. Planning Commission unanimously recommended in favor of this, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Does anyone have questions? Okay, I am going to open the public hearing. I see Michael Birch is the attorney for the applicant. There's no one signed up to speak in opposition. Public hearing has been opened. There were no questions, Michael. I'll be happy.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
We will, we're here for any questions, myself and Gordon Grubb and a number of other team members. If there are any questions, we're happy to address those, but want to be respectful of your time at this late hour.
Thank you, and vice versa. I open the hearing. I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Knight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the developers, the applicants working with the neighbors. I think this is good mixed use. It's walkable. There is retail around it, and we will continue to build and work on getting even more retail right around this. So thank you for that work. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
We have a second. Councilmember Melton, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z61 20 Pacific Drive. No one has signed up to speak in opposition. Again, if we could have a brief summary.
I will be very brief. I do want to say thank you to Jason Harden and Matt Clem for helping out with public hearing presentations tonight. It was a lot nicer for me, and I think also for you, to have some variety in voice this evening. So thanks to those guys for pitching in. So Pacific Drive is a request to rezone just over 10 acres from industrial mixed use to residential mixed use. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a split vote. You can see we're on the west side of Atlantic Avenue, up against the railroad track, and we're south of East Millbrook Road here. A couple of views of the site. A couple of conditions here. So they are prohibiting outdoor sports and entertainment facilities, and also making some specifications about exterior materials of new construction. The change in entitlement here is a significant decrease in commercial development entitlement in exchange for market increase in residential density. This is consistent with the future land use map, consistent with the plan overall. The one inconsistency is that there is a lot of industrial zoning adjacent here, and so it's just sort of a little bit of a disconnect in terms of how the area is actually developed and what the future land use map says. Planning Commission does recommend approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions before you open the public hearing.
Do you have any questions? Okay, I will open the public hearing. Molly Stewart is representing the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin and Council. I appreciate your tenacity this evening. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. I'd like to introduce Greg Gleason of Corrigan Real Estate. He's here with me representing the applicant team, as well as Ken Thompson of J. Davis Architects. I will point out we held 3 neighborhood meetings on this request. I do have a slide presentation as well, just so you get that up. So in any event, we held 3 neighborhood meetings. We heard no opposition. The only kind of mild concern that we heard was about traffic and about specifically that intersection of Pacific and Atlantic and what would happen there. So on that point, I'll just point out that our staff analysis indicates that the change in zoning would be anticipated to reduce daily trips by over 1,100, including 85 in the AM peak hour and 103 in the PM peak hour. But aside from that, as you heard, the request is simply consistent with the plan, that office and residential mixed use. Next slide, please, just to show you a little bit better about what it actually looks like out there today. We do have some offices, so it's really just the 4 parcels in this area. Next slide, please. And office and residential mixed use is obviously exactly what it sounds like. Next slide, please. And what we have out there today, although there is some surrounding industrial zoning, as Spina mentioned, I'll just note that these are offices. What we have here, there is the Office of Ashland Construction Company, the Regional Acceptance Corporation, which is an auto finance company. Customer HD is a customer service staffing organization, and ROI Revolution, a digital marketing agency. So these are true office uses that are filling out the rest of that office and residential district. And so we have an opportunity to come in there and provide that residential aspect of it as well. And so this is not kind of an industrial character right here. It's just the piece I'd like to point out. And next slide, please. So with that, I would like to introduce Greg Gleason of Corrigan Real Estate. And what you see on your screen is their other project here in Raleigh. So I'll let him introduce his project and his team.
Thanks, Molly, and to everybody for to Molly's point there, our tenacity for pushing through the night. So this is, Molly has a picture of the Piedmont Raleigh. So we're a real estate owner, operator, and developer, primarily focused in the Northeast and Southeast. We're certainly partial to the Raleigh market, and this is a recent delivery of ours about 3 miles to the northeast of the site. We delivered our final building in December. This property was very well received. We're currently about 85% leased. And the premise of what we're trying to do on the Pacific Drive site is very similar. 3 and 4 story multifamily, and amenitized, and really offering a high quality rental residential experience at an attractive price point, that I think has been pretty proven in the immediate market with our most recent delivery. And our plan would be to really hold this long term. We're long-term believers in the market, and we expect to be here for extended horizon. I'm available to answer any questions anybody has.
Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Councilmember Stewart?
I apologize. So I am noticing that in addition to the industrial that y'all commented on, Ms. Stewart, there's the FedEx Ship Center just south, this FedEx Ship Center just south of the site. And just wondering if y'all talked about that at all.
Yes. So we've actually spoken with the owner of that property, but really at great length, and it was really just a matter of curiosity. As far as I'm not sure what the question's getting at, but But yeah, there didn't seem to be a conflict there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's late. My question is more about you're going to be putting residential units next to a facility that has trucks coming in and out of it all day long, and the impact it could have on those residents.
You know, we had similar questions. I mean, that hasn't been kind of a concern of anyone throughout the process, but we've had similar questions related to you know, the railroad and what we've found. We just kind of looked around the city at other similar areas and have found that that's not an uncommon situation. It's just you know, it doesn't seem to be a barrier. And in any event, you know, we're going to have to compete in the market. There's a lot of competition in this space, so we're going to have to make it nice and to protect the area.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Cox?
Yes, this is in my district, and I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated April 6, 2021, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilmember Branch? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. Clerk, that was unanimous. Okay, everybody, that was the last item on our agenda for this evening.
They'll have very short travel times from Amazon to their apartment complex.
Well, anyhow, on that note, Councilor Cox, I think we're all getting a little punchy here. It's been a long day, long night. I want to thank everybody for their, what was it, tenacity was mentioned a couple of times. So thanks for hanging in there, and we'll see you next week. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Good night.